We are looking for a Republican member, and as soon as we can find one, we'll start as a subcommittee while we wait for a quorum to be established. So thanks for your patience.
Inspired by you last night.
Oh, and you got the low chair.
Wow. Beautiful day outside.
It is, but it's getting warmer. The broken chair. There's always a broken chair.
Just a little too low to see over the edge of the table.
Those both look low.
Once I establish my beachhead, this is where I sit. Some things I predicted, like where I sit.
So is everything good now?
Yes. Yes, hold your breath.
I know. Fishing game came up and started talking about some more changes. Stop.
So with Kelly these last 2 weeks. Kelly's been great. It's been terrific. Kelly gets Cat Herder of the Award. Cat Herder Award of the Week.
It was quite the struggle.
It's actually fairly unique.
Can we all just get along?
It's kind of unique. They all just all get along.
But that's what we strive for.
It is. When it comes together, it's beautiful.
It's actually sort of amazing.
It is.
Yeah, it was painful.
Is it just me or is it freezing? It's cold. Is it meat locker?
Are you having cold flashes?
Temperature is set for the next hearing when
I
it's
was
going to
just
be
going to say
crowded.
when the Delta organization comes up, we'll warm up.
I was feeling guilty when I got the email. The chair just walked in. I'm in the elevator. I got to get there.
Yes, you'll never hear him say that very often.
I want to make sure that they didn't think that they shouldn't come.
Oh.
The vast multitudes.
Well, see, the base of the area is I said, well, you dealt with all of our concerns. So it's good news until you
That's funny. That's what I've always said. If they like you, then they won't see you.
Exactly.
But don't know, the Republicans want to boycott this bill. It's okay with me.
Vice chair.
But you know, it's pretty significant.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Water Parks and Wildlife Committee. We have a single bill before us this morning. It is SB X834 by Senator Padilla. We're going to begin as a subcommittee, and when we get a quorum, we'll probably pause and call the roll. But Senator Padilla, good to have you here this morning. Please present your bill.
Okay. Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Before you is SB 34 that I've introduced in the 8th extraordinary session to facilitate the approval process and the siting for 11 solar thermal power plants and 4 PV projects currently under review. The solar thermal power plants are currently under review at the California Energy Commission. The review and approval process for PV projects takes place at a local government level. But these projects are unique in the sense that they have been designated to receive awards under the Recovery Act adopted last year by the Congress. Collectively, these projects would add more than 5,000 megawatts of renewable energy to California's electrical supply and create roughly 5,000 direct jobs and additional 10,000 indirect jobs in the process. Projects receiving these grants are required to break ground by the end of the year. And so we've introduced this bill to just make sure that the state of California, the Energy Commission review process, it does not become a reason for missing the deadline and for California missing out on these funds. Each of these projects is located in a Natural Community Conservation Plan area, commonly referred to as an NCCP, and specifically in the Desert Renewable Energy Conservation Plan area. It covers portions of both the Mojave and Colorado desert regions, and the projects span Riverside County, Kern County, Fresno, Imperial, and San Bernardino counties. Specifically, what the bill would do would implement 4 targeted practices that can be used by the Energy Commission for the 11 projects under their purview to shorten the review time. And one of these practices also applies to the PV projects for counties. The bill would direct the Department of Fish and Game to develop a strategy and a plan for the mitigation of wildlife impacts in the Mojave and Colorado deserts to be supported by in-lieu fees that developers or applicants, if you will, can pay into. The PV projects would have this option available to them. The other 3 elements would only apply to the solar thermal projects, and that would be the elimination of legal communication barriers between the Energy Commission and other agencies. It would allow project developers to pay fees to support the hiring of third-party consultants by the Commission and to support the work of the Department of Fish and Game to process incidental permits. And number 4 would authorize a recruitment and retention differential pay program for the siting division staff at the Energy Commission through the end of the year. You were provided a list of additional amendments yesterday, I believe, that are in your packets along with the current language of the bill. With one minor addition, I believe these amendments bring universal support for the bill. The one additional amendment being on page 6, line 36, striking 18 months and substituting a reasonable period of time, if that makes sense to you. And with that, would ask for your support and be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. And Senator, also an urgency clause is going to be added, I understand?
I believe so.
Okay, and just for clarification, the amendments that the Senator just described are going to be taken in the Appropriations Committee, which hears the bill tomorrow, correct?
And that's where the urgency clause will be added.
Very good. I see you have some witnesses here, so why don't we hear from them?
Good morning. My name is Kim Delfino, and I'm the California Director for Defenders of Wildlife. We've been working on the issue of siting of renewable energy projects throughout the state of California, with particular emphasis in the desert. We've worked on this bill with the various folks who will be testifying in support. We are supporting the bill in its amended form. I just want to make the point that we are supporting this bill because not that we think every single project out there is going to end up coming across the finish line at the end of the day. This bill does not change existing standards under CEQA or CESA. Still, these projects need to go forward and meet those standards. It simply is addressing a specific issue here that is a challenge for these projects if they are going to be permitted by the end of this year, and that is assembling the appropriate mitigation lands to address these standards. This would allow the Department of Fish and Game to undertake mitigation in 2 different ways. One would be through advanced mitigation, where they are buying land ahead of time, and then would be issuing permits based on that land that's already been acquired, so we know what's being mitigated. Or it is a kind of modified in-lieu fee program that would be linked to a larger strategy and would require actions to occur quickly. And not that the environmental community loves in-lieu fees. I'll be honest with you, there's not a great track record on in-lieu fees. But I think we feel that since there's an ongoing planning effort in the desert, we have a pretty good idea of where mitigation could occur for projects that make it through the permitting process, that we're willing to go make this exception and support this particular effort. There's still a lot of issues that can be addressed through regular session bills, but in this limited sense, I think we're willing to support this and move it forward and eliminate this particular issue as it pertains to these projects.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Peter Weiner from Paul Hastings. I've been working with a number of the companies and with Kim and with Mark Joseph on this. It's an unprecedented, if there's such a thing as a perfect storm, this is perfect day of sunshine. It's so unusual for the environmental community, developers, and labor to come together on a bill. We think this bill will create jobs. It'll create renewable energy. It's very carefully constructed and narrow in terms of the in lieu fee program, but we think that with all of the changes to current practices that are in the bill, it will help all of these projects advance, whether they cross the finish line or not. And I would like to say that First Solar certainly supports this bill.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mark Joseph on behalf of California Unions for Reliable Energy. We are a regular participant at the Energy Commission. We're pleased to support this bill as proposed to be amended. It thoughtfully and carefully targets things which affect the actual speed of processing permit applications without changing the environmental standards.
Right.
And that's the target which we are pleased to support and have long sought. Thank you.
Very good. Mr. Hanson, I wonder if you could bear with us for a moment while we establish our quorum.
Certainly.
We'll be right back to you.
Huffman,
Here.
Fuller, here. Anderson, here. Arambula, Berryhill, here. Blumenfield, here. Caballero, Fletcher, Lowenthal, here. Salas, here. Yamada, here. Fuentes, Skinner.
Thank you. Please continue.
Mr. Chair, members, Jay Hanson with the State Building Trades Council. We think this bill is a reasonable accommodation to speed up the process of the siting and thereby putting our members and other folks that are going to be working on these projects to work quickly. We're 30% unemployment and growing, so this is a very strong jobs bill for us, and we're happy to support it.
Any other witnesses in support?
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members. Delaney Hunter on behalf of Tessera Solar. We have two large projects going through the permitting process at the Energy Commission. We look forward to having this bill passed today and in process so that we can get our projects going this year and bring jobs to both Imperial County and San Bernardino County. For those reasons, we are in support.
Mr. Chair and members, Aaron Niemela representing the Large Scale Solar Association in support of the bill. First, want to thank the author and his staff for their superior work in bringing all these parties together, the environmental community, the developers, and labor. And I just want to point out that thankfully California has some of the strongest environmental laws in the nation, but in order to reach them, we obviously need to do some things to allow development to happen here that is consistent with environmental protection, and this bill reaches that balance. And then finally, just want to point out that while this applies to a subset of projects, and we really enjoyed the process for getting here, we would like to, in the regular session in a different vehicle, continue to work with these parties to reach a broader universe of projects. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, members, Donna Brownsley representing the Solar Alliance, which is an organization representing over 30 PV solar companies. We too join the others in support of this bill. I want to thank the author and his staff for all the hard work as well as including PV, and would associate myself with the comments made by Ms. Niemela regarding continuing this work in the regular session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, my name is Catherine Brandenburg. I'm with the Flanagan Law Firm and represent NextEra Energy Resources. We, too, support this bill, and without repeating what the other speakers have said, really appreciate all the work that all the stakeholders and staff and Senator Padilla have taken on this bill. It's really a step forward in getting renewable energy into the state. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair and members, I'm Melva Bigelow representing the Nature Conservancy. I also thank the author, and we are in support. I merely wanted to point out that this is a wonderful conclusion, a lot of stakeholders around the table, ensuring that biodiversity is protected while we strive to reach this important goal for renewable energy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Darla Gensler for California Council of Land Trust. We support the bill with the amendments that are in the committee analysis and would like to thank the author and all the stakeholders that have worked on this process. We also look forward to a regular session process to look at making improvements in this bill in acknowledgement that there is an urgent situation here to immediately deal with.
Sorry. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Brenda Coleman on behalf of the California Chamber of Commerce. And I wish to echo the comments of past witnesses and thank the Senator for his leadership on this bill. And we are pleased to support the bill. Not only does it put us on track to meet our RPS goals, but also the construction of these projects will create jobs that are most vital and important in today's economy. So for those reasons, we support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, committee members, my name is Jim Metropolis with the Sierra Club. In previous hearings, the Sierra Club raised concerns with the bill. The amendments that will be taken tomorrow address our concerns for making sure the mitigation happens and those issues that we follow, CEQA and the California Endangered Species Act and the Warren Allquest Act aren't weakened. So we thank the author and the staff, and with our concerns being addressed, have no position on the bill.
Good morning, Chair and members. Rico Mastrodonato with the Trust for Public Land and Support.
Hi, this is Dennis Albiani. We don't have a position on the bill, but we definitely support the provisions
Who
of this.
are we?
Oh, sorry. Merritt, California. We are a natural gas company generator in primarily Contra Costa and San Francisco, Northern California. And we definitely support all the provisions that add new tools to the siting process to help get these solar plants sited. Well, we have one issue that kind of just tell our story a little bit, is that we are in the 20th month of a 12-month siting process for a power plant that's a 760 megawatt power plant, primarily peaker that will basically serve as shaping renewables. It'll run 12% of the time, has state-of-the-art technology to start and stop. It dovetails and is necessary for reliability for the intermittent, to address intermittent renewables. That project has to be permitted basically by the power purchase agreement we have with PG&E by August. We believe that we should have a staff report. We have informal communications that have led to a staff report sometime around April 15th. Well, the concern we have is that when that goes to the commissioners and they have their process, that other projects that we don't get put to the side, so that other projects get put in front and delay that past our August requirement. Well, basically July is when we have to be permitted by, and so that's our concern. We forward some intent language that says that nothing in this bill is to supersede all the other projects that are in the pipeline, and that's why we like the bill and all the tools it gives that are above and beyond the current process. But we would like to try to address that. We've talked to the staff, talked to the senator. We're discussing some ways to do that, but we have forwarded some intent language earlier. And
right,
so
just to be clear, because I see that the witnesses in support have begun to circle, Moran has no position on this bill. Did I hear you correctly?
Yeah, we do not have a position on this bill.
Okay.
Frankly, we like the tools. We think it's a good thing to have the tools. And all we've asked for is some intent language, and we'll deal with that with them, but we just wanted to make sure that folks understand that there are projects that are necessary for renewable development, for reliability, for deliverability, for all the elements of the grid that need to be developed in conjunction with these solar projects.
Right.
And it's 350 jobs that will start in November.
Thank you. Any other witnesses in support or with no position? Then we'll go to the...
Mr. Chairman, members, John White with the Clean Power Campaign. We're very much in support of this bill and grateful to all the parties and for the members for moving the bill along. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right. Could you say, I didn't hear who you were with?
I'm John White with the Clean Power Campaign.
Yeah. Any witnesses in opposition? Seeing none, are there questions from the committee? And before I begin that, let me welcome our two guest stars here. Pinch-hitting Felipe Fuentes from the Utilities and Commerce Committee and Nancy Skinner, Chair of the Natural Resources Committee. In their capacities there, they both have some interest in this issue, so it's good to have them on this committee for today's hearing. Questions of committee members? Ms. Yamada and then Ms. Skinner.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator, for presenting this bill. Just a couple of questions on, you mentioned at the top of your presentation that all of these projects are aligned with or in areas that are already covered by HCCPs. Is that correct? So are none of these sites at all covered by anything related to the Williamson Act? In other words, are any of these acres, I mean, obviously they're in the desert, so it's probably unlikely that they've been farmed in any recent memory, but I just want to know if you have knowledge. If you don't, then we can come back to that and certainly ask that question later.
I'm 99% sure that they're not, but we'll get staff to.
Okay, I would like to know, because as you know, with the continued defunding of Williamson, there is a likelihood that more and more of our precious agricultural and open space lands will be converted to other uses. I don't have a problem with renewable energy, of course, but I just want to be sure that we're looking at that. The other question is on, I'm not a real big fan of INLU, as we have heard other speakers say, because, I think there are reasons to insist that we have at least a 1-to-1 mitigation. Sometimes there are arguments to have 2-to-1. But coming from local government, I know that when lands are acquired specifically from counties, that DFG, and God bless them, they do as good a job as they can, but counties are often left without protections for loss of property tax revenue when public lands, are made public lands upon acquisition. And I'd like to know if you would be willing to consider an additional portion of an amendment to this section in mitigations that would at least ask DFG to include property tax in lieu as for payment to counties to make counties whole for the loss of any property tax revenue. You may or may not agree to that, but I think that particularly for those counties that are facing continued loss of subvention funds from Williamson Act and other financial challenges, that DFG acquisition sometimes puts counties in additional difficulty. So would you be willing to consider at least a discussion about that before tomorrow?
I'm more than happy to consider the discussion. To be honest, this is new to me. It hasn't been raised.
Well, and this bill is new to me too.
In our conversations, but let me just say something about the in lieu as a tool, because I too come from local government, so I've seen it applied in workable fashions, and I've seen it applied where I disagree when that becomes an option. A couple of the reasons why I felt it was appropriate to consider this as a tool now. Not just the urgency of the deadlines that came with Recovery Act grants,
right?
But more specifically because all the projects we're talking about here are in the same footprint, if you will, in the same desert region in the state. To your Williamson question, I know that across the state, when it comes to renewables in general, there is that valid concern of where the solar resources, where the wind or geothermal resources may be. And Williamson Act protections. But given that they're clustered, if you will, in this part of the state, and an opportunity presenting itself for a sort of a comprehensive mitigation plan that all the applicants can participate in, only because of those stars being aligned, I felt an in-lieu program could work here, and I believe we've done the work over the last several weeks with all stakeholders to structure it responsibly.
All right. Well, thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Ms. Skinner.
Yes, thank you. Senator Padilla, I wanted to thank you for your work on this bill. I think it's a very important action to take at this time, and I think combined with the action first initiated by the Senate and then by the Assembly yesterday on dealing with how more conformity around our taxing of grants under ERA, that the two of these, yesterday's action and this one, will really help to ensure that those projects that we have federal monies for can proceed, which I think for all of us we know are so essential, number one, for jobs, because if those projects were not able to break ground by their December 31st deadline 2010, then we would lose those jobs, but also for our environmental goals and our greenhouse gas emissions reduction goals. The debate around RPS, a good amount of the hearings that, for example, Assemblymember Fuentes held at UNC, a lot of the discussion was the difficulty of siting and the delay in siting. And I think that within the RPS legislation, while we were trying to address a lot of things, it was difficult within that legislation to necessarily, I should say, fix or really nail what it is that we could possibly do to assist siting. And while this doesn't facilitate siting of every renewable project in the state, it certainly deals with some very immediate projects. And I think that it might give us, in a way, if you're going to make adjustments to our whole regulatory process around siting, it sometimes is better to do it more what I'd consider like this, like on a pilot type of basis, so that we can see, what works and what doesn't. If we try to bite off the entire thing, we could have unintended consequences that, unanticipated. So I think that this is a good move because not only does it ensure those projects, it also gives us a little experience in some changes. For example, doing things like in lieu fees. Will it work? Assisting DFG, partly the problem for our department there was because the state deficits, their inadequate funding did not enable them to quite have the staff resources. This bill not only, it doesn't necessarily increase their staff resources, but it gives the developer, gives them the ability to add additional funds so that there could be contracted services for some of that work. So there's a lot of elements here that I think might give us some insight in how to make changes for future siting. And I'm certainly, as I know you are, committed to looking at projects beyond this and what we can do to make sure that whether it's natural gas projects or other PV projects in areas other than the desert, so that we can make sure that we do have the most efficient siting process available so that we can meet not only our job creation but our renewable energy goals. So I really appreciate this work and wanted to thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Fuller.
Senator, is CEC close to permitting these projects? Do you have any way of knowing that this might, it sounds like this is moving in the right direction, but
the bills, let me see if there's anybody from the Energy Commission or staff in the audience, but I can tell you this, both the stakeholder meetings in committee hearings on this bill on the Senate side, they have been as supportive as they can be of this bill, recognizing that they need the additional capacity, additional resources that this bill would provide them for the timely review, not only of these projects, but the timely review of these projects that wouldn't adversely impact the others that are in the inbox.
So the CEC, in my view, and I let the others speak, is moving rapidly, quite rapidly for any state agency at this point. It's not just the CEC, but the Bureau of Land Management, the Department of Fish and Game, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and then also the local governments that are doing the PV projects. They're moving very quickly, and the hope is that for the ones that are have the minimal impacts and can get the permits quickly, they'll get out the gate. It's a tough timeline. This is a very difficult timeline to be putting on any agency to try to move this number of projects through in one fell swoop. But I have to say that I am extremely encouraged by the level of collaboration that we're seeing in the desert with the Renewable Energy Policy Group and the Renewable Energy Action Team. I've never seen state and federal agencies work together as closely and as quickly. I'm not sure all projects will get across the finish line at the end of the day, but my hope is that by providing this tool to address the mitigation issue, which is a big issue for projects that are 2,000, 4,000 acres in size, that it eliminates one of the barriers to getting the good projects across the finish line and by the end of the year.
Well, I think that if we can do something that would help get these projects shovel ready, I'm particularly interested in this geographic area. I know a lot about this geographic area, and I commend you for what you've done so far, but I would also like to commit to actually making this happen, whatever it is we have to do, or work with the CEC, because it is a really short timeline, and I would like to urge you to do whatever it is and include me in the talks, whatever it takes, to help them move it along. because I think this is the kind of legislation we need to be looking at that moves shovel-ready projects out the door with a collaborative group and accommodations as you have so carefully crafted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Blumenfield.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very happy about this bill in terms of moving, taking advantage of the federal funds, moving this important project along. My only criticism, though, is that by building such a broad coalition of supporters and working out all of the details and criticisms in advance of this hearing, that you've taken the challenge away from all of us, and I move the bill.
All right, the motion is due pass to appropriations with the amendments that Senator Padilla outlined earlier. There's a motion by Mr. Blumenfield, a second by Ms. Skinner. Yes.
Yeah,
Mr. Berryhill.
Just a kind of a comment. I think that we all support jobs. We all like to see things moved quickly along. Personally, I would like to see the spectrum be a little bit wider. And I do have one question. Will everybody's got these in lieu? Whatever the ransom is going to be, I guess we're paying a little bit of a ransom so that we get these projects going, and I get that part of it. The projects that don't make it, are they still going to get charged the in lieu fees? And once they're in, are they returned in any way?
An in lieu fee is an in lieu fee, so I don't think there's the return or reimbursement process if your application is denied at the end of its review. The in lieu fee goes to, well, there's the mitigation fee part, and then there's the additional fee for the third-party consultant for review part. Appreciate your question about broadening the spectrum of projects that could participate in this type of program.
Because right now we just have 11, correct?
Right, but to Assemblymember Skinner's point, we've heard a lot in recent years, and certainly a lot in the context of meetings around this bill, of folks saying, why just limit it to these projects? We want to see wholesale changes at the Energy Commission. We want to see wholesale changes to the review process, deciding process in the state of California. That may attract some supporters, but it's going to, it's not easily done, and would face significant opposition from folks who either care about the Administrative Procedures Act or care about CEQA or CESA or other elements of the steps along the way here. And so in some ways we're trying to thread the needle. If we can take the opportunity presented by these handful of projects specifically, given the urgency of Recovery Act deadlines, and experiment with new tools to improve upon the review process at the Energy Commission, and it becomes a positive experience, it could very well lay the foundation for changes more across the board, if you will, later on. But I think everybody, or most people, feel comfortable with taking this step first and making sure it goes well, and then consider broadening it to other projects, non-ARA projects or even non-renewable projects at a later date.
Thank you. Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm actually going to lay off this bill today. I'd like to see this thing get through the process, Senator. I'm assuming this thing's going to get out. We'd like to see it move on. I'm going to hold off of it today, and we'll take a look at it.
You could help with that.
Huh?
You could help make that happen.
I thought you were going to second the motion.
Well, I'm not quite there, Senator. But hopefully this thing will move along. We'll be able to vote again on it on the Assembly floor.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, members. We have a motion and a second. We need to move this to a vote because we have an informational hearing stacked up right behind us. I want to thank Senator Padilla for a lot of hard work that has gone into this. When you present us with a bill that is this far along with this kind of a coalition of support and no opposition on this kind of an issue, it's just very impressive all around. But I do want to emphasize that you've brought us to a point where we're not trading environmental protection for jobs. You've given us a way to have both. This is essentially a pilot project. We don't do this very often. It's going to be, I think, very instructive to see how it plays out, but you've given us a chance to bring home the ARRA funding to help meet our renewables goals with these 15 projects and to do it in a way that honors our existing environmental laws. So thank you, and I'll be supporting this. Please call the roll.
Due pass to appropriations. Huffman?
Aye.
Huffman, aye. Fuller?
Aye.
Fuller, aye. Anderson? No. Anderson, no. Arumbula? Aye. Arumbula, aye. Berryhill? Berryhill not voting. Blumenfield? Aye. Blumenfield, aye. Caballero? Fletcher? Lowenthal? Aye. Lowenthal, aye. Salas? Aye. Salas, aye. Yamada? Aye. Yamada, aye. Fuentes? Aye. Fuentes, aye. Skinner? Aye. Skinner, aye.
That bill is out. Thank you, Senator.
And if I may, Mr. Chair, not just say thank you for your support and the consideration today, but I know full well that this bill could have been easily double referred or even triple referred. And so to your House, your leadership, that of the Speaker, Assemblymember Skinner, Assemblymember Fuentes, for helping expedite even the consideration
And
of this
thank
bill.
you to my fellow committee chairs that have joined us here to have one hearing today. So thank you, Senator. We're going to leave the roll open on this because I know Assemblymember Caballero wants to add on. But at the same time, we are going to move on to out of the 8th extraordinary session and into an informational hearing that will be a joint oversight hearing of this committee as well as our colleagues in Senate Natural Resources and Water, Assembly Budget Subcommittee 3, and the Senate Budget and Fiscal Review Subcommittee number 2. Like an airline, we've overbooked the seats for this flight. We're counting on some cancellations as we move into informational mode. So. Thank you. Welcome. Come up here. If the Secretary is in the room, Assemblymember Caballero would like to add on. So if you could call the absent member.
Caballero? Aye. Caballero, aye.
All right.
Fletcher?
That bill, again, is out and the roll is closed. Welcome, everyone. We're going to begin the joint oversight hearing on the Delta Water legislation of 2009. And before we start with our first panelist from the Legislative Analyst's Office, I just have a few comments. The subject of our informational and oversight hearing today is funding and implementation of our Delta legislation from last year. And that legislation, which was made law by Senate Bill 1 from the 7th extraordinary session, was really the centerpiece of last year's comprehensive water package because it went to the heart of our water crisis in California, how we manage the Delta, which of course is the most important estuary on the west coast of the Americas and also the source of drinking water for 23 million Californians. As everyone is aware, I hope, the Delta has been on a terrible trajectory for the last several years. In part, that's because of ineffective governance. Over 200 agencies at various levels have been involved in the Delta, and yet no one has really been in charge. And as a result, the management of this critical resource has devolved into a mishmash of policies, piecemeal plans, and endless lawsuits guaranteeing virtually nothing except continued conflict. Without a comprehensive plan to manage this resource, we've seen decades of species-by-species, permit-by-permit decisions that have put the Delta ecosystem into what some describe as a death spiral, and that has brought us to the unprecedented second and perhaps even third consecutive closure of California's $250 million commercial salmon fishing industry. Experts warn us that without dramatic changes in the way we manage this estuary, our iconic salmon runs may well slide into extinction in the years ahead. And without a statewide water supply reliability plan that recognizes the Delta as a fragile resource and guides us towards reducing dependence on the Delta through greater water use efficiency, water reuse, and regional self-reliance, we've seen Delta exports rise during the past decade, and we paid the price with fishery collapses and abrupt federal court interventions, which continue to this day. SB 1 from the last special session sets a new and I hope a very hopeful course for the Delta by addressing many of these concerns. The new Delta Stewardship Council and the comprehensive plan that it will develop are all about bringing a unifying planning and governance framework to the many agencies that work in the Delta. And this framework is meant to increase accountability, transparency, and the role of independent science. For the ecosystem, it marks a very new and important approach, one based on recovering key species instead of trying to fend off extinction one fish at a time. And I've said before, and I do want to emphasize again, this is important whether you're an environmentalist or a water district, because the reality is restoring the Delta ecosystem to good health is the only way to stabilize the Delta as a water supply for millions of Californians. The water supply elements of this comprehensive plan likewise will reflect a new approach, one that is premised on the goal of improving statewide water supply reliability while reducing dependence on Delta exports. Now, the Delta conveyance issue continues to be a major part of this debate. And while the Bay Delta Conservation Plan process, which we will be discussing in this hearing, has tended to focus on a peripheral canal or more recently tunnel options, it's important to recognize that the legislation takes no side in that debate. Reminder that nothing in the water package we passed last year authorizes or funds a peripheral canal or any other specific Delta conveyance. And that debate continues. We will be talking about the current state of play for what's under consideration at BDCP in this hearing today. What the legislation does do is establish a rigorous and protective framework for any Delta conveyance project. It includes major protections for the Delta and the environment, starting with a critically important requirement that before you decide how to export water from this estuary for the next 50 years, we're going to ask experts at the Department of Fish and Game and the State Water Board to tell us how much water the Delta needs to be a healthy estuary. Only water that is surplus to those needs can be considered for export. And so we'll hear today about how the development of these Delta flow criteria is progressing. In terms of conveyance alternatives, the legislation requires a broad range of alternatives be considered in the BDCP process, including alternative sizes, alignments, as well as different operational scenarios such as reduced Delta exports and also through Delta alternatives. We'll hear today about the status of that alternatives analysis. I'd like to acknowledge how fitting it is that today's hearing is a joint one between the Water Parks and Wildlife Committee here in the Assembly and also the Senate Natural Resources and Water Committee chaired by Senator Fran Pavley, who is presenting in another committee but will be joining us shortly, and also our Budget Subcommittee 3 chaired by Ira Ruskin, who's going to be joining us this morning, and Senator Joe Simidian's committee as well, because SB 1 required extraordinary cooperation across the range of these committees and committee members last year. Although some characterized that legislation as a rushed effort, it was actually the culmination of years of study and debate, and it included recommendations developed through the Delta Vision process, a 2-year effort, as well as informational hearings in our respective houses and in these committees. Getting it right in the years ahead is going to require all of us to continue working together now in an oversight capacity. So with that, I want to ask my Vice Chair, Jean Fuller, if she has any introductory comments, and then we will move along to our first witness.
Well, I just want to thank you for organizing this for us and everybody for being with us today. And let's get on with it since we have a lot to cover.
Thank you. So we will begin with Catherine Freeman from the Legislative Analyst's Office. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committees. Today I'm going to give you a short presentation. I'm going to try to hit about 10 minutes. Gotten close. And I'm going to go over our analysis of the Delta legislation. We have released our analysis of the budget, and that is available at our office, and this information is also available in that analysis. So you do have a handout, and I'm going to follow the handout as much as I can. First, we're going to provide an overview of the Delta legislation, and this is going to be a very high-level overview. We're going to look at what the bills did, and we're going to focus really only on the Delta parts of the legislation. Second of all, we're going to review the governor's and the administration's proposal for the budget year, and that's going to include all sorts of different funding proposals from Fish and Game, Delta Stewardship Council, and for also CalFed, which does continue. And finally, we have some budget recommendations that we will present in this committee environment, but we're going to be brief on those because they'll be vetted in more detail by the subcommittees. So Starting on page 2 of your handout, this really is the picture of what the bills did. We give you a table that looks at all the major components of the water package. I'm not going to go through the detail here, but we wanted you to have something to come back to that just highlights the major components. I want to make sure that everybody knows that this is not comprehensive. There's a lot more in these bills that's just not included here. But this is a guide. One thing I want to mention is we're not going to go over the groundwater and the water conservation pieces of the legislation, and we're going to focus more on the governance and any other components of the legislation. So turning to page 3, we'll refer to the Delta governance component, which is SB1, as Chapter 5 of the package. Chapter 5 really sets the legislature's roadmap for Delta governance. It creates the Delta Stewardship Council and its companion, the Delta Conservancy. It also, we want to highlight some of the components of that Delta governance structure. First of all, the Council's main charge is to develop a plan, the Delta Plan, to manage the state's interest in the Delta. That plan will also guide how we work with locals and federal government. Similar to how we worked with CalFed, this really sets the state's interest, though, in how we go forward. Second of all, it creates a conservancy that will be the state's main arm to acquire land and to restore habitat in the Delta. Thirdly, it creates in-stream flow requirements, and those are the requirements for how much water is coming in and out of the Delta. Department of Fish and Game and the State Water Resources Control Board primarily are going to be feeding that information into the Delta Stewardship Council. And finally, it acknowledges that the Bay Delta Conservation Planning process is moving forward and allows for that planning process to be included in the Delta Plan, but only if it meets certain criteria, and that's if it is certified as a natural community conservation plan and a federal habitat conservation plan. We also want to discuss briefly the water rights and water diversion bills, and that's Chapter 2. They're pertinent to the Delta because they increase the reporting of diversions from waterways, and that can be above the Delta, in Delta, and south of the Delta. And this will affect how in-stream flows work in the Delta. On our next page, we're not going to go over this, but I wanted it here for your reference. These are the other 2 bills that were included in the package. Again, because this can be a reference document, you can look back on those pages if you need to. So turning to page 5. The November water bond, what we did here is we wanted to give you a picture, really a broad picture of what the bond does. We're not going to go into a great deal of detail, but we wanted to highlight some of the components of the bond. First of all, we have the basic allocations of the $11.1 billion bond passed by the legislature in the fall session. This will be on the November 2010 ballot. Our office is conducting, is going to do the fiscal analysis of the bond, and that will be out later this year. The bond funds multiple provisions of the package, but it doesn't fund the whole package. It wasn't created as the financing mechanism for the whole Delta legislation package. Some things, and we give an example here, such as meeting the capital improvements for urban water needs, are included in the bond. Others are not. As the chair mentioned, conveyance is not a part of the bond. What we need to be clear on is that because the bond does not finance the full package, there's a gap there. And so we need to think about, and we'll talk about this later in our presentation, how are we going to fund the Delta Stewardship Council, the Conservancy, on an ongoing basis? So given that, we've asked departments year to year to provide their information on CalFed expenditures. And on Chapter 6, we present those. Now, as part of the legislation, CalFed oversight, the base funding, and the positions for CalFed were moved to the Delta Stewardship Council. But other state agencies, including the Department of Water Resources, Fish and Game, and Public Health, among others, are still fulfilling the roles and responsibilities of the CalFed Record of Decision in 2000. I would highlight that the Department of Water Resources funds the most of these roles and responsibilities. 2/3 of the CalFed expenditures for the state are from the Department of Water Resources. Much of that is from the State Water Project contractors. Those are off-budget State Water Project funds. And there are also a significant amount of bond funding inherent in the CalFed budget. So I think what folks really want to know, though, is on Chapter 7, on page 7, not Chapter 7, what does the picture look like? What did the administration propose to for implementation of the new legislative package? You'll see that the majority is in the Delta Stewardship Council. And of that, about $35.6 million was transferred from the Natural Resources Agency to the Council, among others. The majority of the funding is for the Council, and we're going to go into more detail on that a little bit later. There's funding for specific projects, capital projects from the Department of Water Resources, and then for a specific program in the Wildlife Conservation Board, and that's for the natural communities and conservation planning programs. There are increases to various state agencies, including the newly revised Delta Protection Commission, and the majority of funding in that $117 million is bond funds. So we'll talk a little bit about what that means in the future. Turning to page 8, another way to look at how the budget was organized by the administration and how it follows the legislative intent. About half of it are capital projects, and we mentioned the Department of Water Resources has a specific project. That's the Two Gates Fish Demonstration Project, and that's about $28 million for the Department of Water Resources that's proposed in the budget. There's $24 million for the Wildlife Conservation Board for the projects that I mentioned. And then if you split the other half, that's about half of it is for the Delta Stewardship Council. So I think what we should do is go into detail on the Delta Stewardship Council, because that's what we tried to do in our analysis of the budget. So the Council's budget is at the center of the administration's implementation plan for Chapter 5. And if you look at the proposed positions for the Council, you'll see that almost 60% are executive and administrative staff. There are 58 positions at the Council and $49 million to spend. Most of the budget for the Council is contract funds, contracts going out. They go out to other state agencies and they go out to contractors. Some of that, about $16 million, is earmarked for the Delta Plan in conjunction with the Department of Water Resources. We had some concerns about there being so many contracts, so we decided to look at a few contracts. And we'd like to highlight those for you. First of all, the Council proposes a contract for a project director. That project director, and I'd like to go over some of what they're supposed to do. Again, keeping in mind how many of the staff the Council has. They're to develop a process and a schedule.
Could I interrupt you just for one quick moment? You're stating that the Council proposes. The Council doesn't exist yet, so how is it that the Council is proposing anything?
Well, I'm speaking of the Council as well as the administration, so I can shift my language to say that the administration proposes for the Council.
I think that's an important point of clarification.
Okay.
Thank you.
Not a problem. So the administration proposes for the Council to have a project director who will essentially provide all of the functions for oversight of the Delta Plan, for developing a process and a schedule, and for presenting that plan to both to the Council and to the legislature. The position would report to one of the executive level staff, one of those 19 executive level staff. Second of all, and probably more problematic, is a contract. So as part of the transition over to the Delta Stewardship Council, all CalFed contracts continued. One of those contracts was for a Bay Delta Conservation Plan, a BDCP liaison. And that person is to coordinate the Delta-related activities, provide legislative outreach, and manage public outreach for the proposed council. Currently, the contract is with the Metropolitan Water District, and that's a major stakeholder in the BDCP. And we have some recommendations on that. So to close, and again, I wanted to be as brief as I could because I know this is a long hearing. We have 4 recommendations for the committees to consider, and I think it's appropriate that you hear them here, as you may have an opportunity to ask some questions of the folks that follow me. First of all, we need a financing plan. We've asked for this for CalFed many years ago, and now we have the information to move forward with a financing plan. That plan should not just include the Delta Plan, so how do we implement the Delta Plan, but what workload do we need for the Delta Stewardship Council, for the state conservancies, for the Delta Protection Commission? What do we want our state workload to look like? what should the CalFed roles and responsibilities be paid for by the departments. So we recommend a zero-based budget, which means start from the ground up, and then also do a workload analysis. Second of all, we do recommend reducing those contracts at the council. It's not much money, but we do think that the executive staff can handle these requirements. We have some major concerns with the BDCP, the liaison contract, and whether a major stakeholder can hold such a contract without the perception or the reality that the council was being unduly influenced by the process. And finally, we recommend putting the Two Gates fish demonstration project on hold. That was in the legislation. However, our federal partner has put the project on hold to review the scientific objectivity of the project. And so we think that it's appropriate, and we have budget language that would back the funding out to put a hold on that project. And that's the end of my presentation. I'm happy to answer questions or stick around.
Thank you, Ms. Freeman. I want to zero in on your recommendation about contracts, and I share your concern about the fact that these contracts seem to be often running before we even have a council that is seated, and also that one of them is with a major stakeholder that at least creates the perception of a conflict. The legislation very specifically, as I recall, states that it's the council's job to choose staff, including their executive officer, and to enter into contracts. And so it's a little bit eye-raising to hear about all of this stuff that is so far along already when we don't yet have a quorum of council members chosen. So I wonder if you could offer your thoughts from the LAO perspective about the consistency of these actions by the administration with the legislation empowering the council to choose its own staff and set its own course with consultants, et cetera.
When we looked at the budget proposals, we did have some concerns about the timelines that are coming up. However, we didn't go into some of the base budget for the council or for the administration's proposal in the council because the anticipation was that the council would be seated essentially by now, and that you would have an opportunity during budget hearings and policy hearings to speak to them about what their proposal is. Because they have not been seated, as I understand it at this moment, that only delays your ability to review their proposals. However, we did not recommend against any of their budget proposals aside from those contracts because moving forward, the legislation did say that the CalFed, most of the CalFed-based funding would move over to the council. At this point in time, though, the administration does need to have the council come forward with what they think they're going to do with their timelines.
Would you agree that it's premature for anyone in the name of the council to be entering into these kind of contracts for the development of a plan that will be the council's plan?
We were unaware that they were that the departments were moving forward with the contracts. These are proposed in the budget, and so if they are not funded, aside from the BDCP contract, which is a continued contract, and again that was allowed by legislation. For the proposed contracts, they should not be started until the legislature has approved the budget.
All right, Senator Walker.
I want to follow up on that. Are these actual proposals, or are there actual RFQs or RFPs out?
As we understand it, I'll start with the BDCP liaison because that's the easiest one. That is just a contract that is in place and is moving forward, and so we're asking that that be halted. For the project direction, that actually has not been approved by the legislature. However, as we understand it, there are RFQs either out or being considered to go out for that proposal. Nope. Because the legislature has not, I'm sorry.
So who reviewed the RFQs? Who's taking the lead?
Those that should be the council.
I understand
however,
that.
Is not seated.
I understand that very well. I'm
we
asking
understand
if they're out in the street, who?
We believe that the council's administrative staff, and they may be working with other departments, are working on the RFQ. I believe that the Department of Water Resources, though, will be here later to discuss that as well.
Okay, thanks. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mr.
Senator
Chairman.
Cogdell, and then Assemblymember Yamamoto.
John, I have some other questions.
You want to do more now? Or?
Yeah, but I was just following up on one of yours. So
please go right ahead, and then we'll go to Senator Cogdell.
I just had two other questions. The first is when you talk about the overall cost, not the overall cost, when you talk about the funding mechanisms, Are you going to be doing an analysis of the total costs of the entire package that you've listed here?
We had not anticipated doing a total cost of the Delta plan itself, but we did want to provide for you what the administration's proposal is. We think that the best place for us to do a workload analysis and a zero-based budget is in budget year +1, so that we can work with the council once it's seated, because we haven't been able to meet with the council itself, work with the council to come up with that true workload budget and to use the next year with whatever changes the legislature wishes to be the interim year where they have their funding. We're not fans of using bond funding for administrative programs, but at this point in time, there is no mechanism in place to fund them from other funds.
Do you have an analysis of the existing bond funds that have been moved or would be moved to pay for existing operations, and what projects, therefore, would not go forward?
We do not, but we can work with the administration to get that. That is something that we do receive on a regular basis. Because of the cash flow situation, though, and I don't want to get too much into details of that, I think it may have been hard for some departments to track their bond expenditures, and in particular the Department of Water Resources will have to work with them closely to figure out what exactly is not moving forward, and then for the CalFed projects, what has changed.
And my last question has to do with the liaison that you rightly pointed out, and so did the chair. This is a liaison for with the federal government, for contact with the federal government?
The liaison actually coordinates all the Delta-related activities for the state and the federal government. So this was the advisor to the Natural Resources Agency. They manage public and legislative outreach for the council, for the Natural Resources Agency, and it's proposed that that would continue for the council. We think that with 19 executive staff, somebody in there should be able to do this job.
Is there a liaison with the local land use permitting agencies, namely the 5 counties?
I would assume that because this is the public outreach liaison, that this person also would have that role, but I may be incorrect.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Cogdill is next, but first I want to welcome my co-chair of the hearing, Senator Pavley. We missed you when we were making opening remarks. Did you have anything you wanted to?
I don't want to interrupt the hearing, so go right ahead.
Very good. Senator Cogdill.
Thank you very much. It's kind of a follow-up on what Senator Wolk was asking, and you may or may not have a specific answer for this, but I think in generalities you mentioned that although the proposed water bond is going to cover some of the cost of implementing the policy bills, you said it isn't enough to certainly provide the ongoing funding that's going to be necessary to forward the policies outlined in those bills. Do you, again, have any estimates on the specifics relating to that? How much of the water bond, I mean, there's $2.25 billion, I think, in it that deals with Delta sustainability. Is it your belief that all of that will be used to forward the goals of the policy bills that were passed? And if not, to what degree? And if that bond doesn't pass, where do we get that money? Will it have to be raised from an alternative source?
I think a significant part of the Delta plan will be physical capital projects, and so the bond appropriately gives a certain amount to that. It would be prudent to use that for as much of capital projects as possible, especially given that during our cash flow situation, more of our bond funds have to be used specifically for capital projects to qualify for the federal bond qualifications. And I don't want to go into too much of that, but I think it's a big open question. And I think the council should be in the correct place to say, okay, how much do we actually need to have a council that implements the Delta plan? We have a Delta Protection Commission that has that's had less than 10 staff that created a plan for the Delta. What is the right amount of folks for the Delta Stewardship Council for a minimal amount of state staff to implement the plan? It may be that the amount of money that needs to come into the council to run it is actually fairly minimal, and we may already have the funding available without increasing fees to folks. However, for the full plan to be analyzed, we need to know more from the council about what they intend to do and how they intend to manage the process. And I think the legislature's role in oversight is going to be very important in that, to keep control of how large the plan gets.
So is it a fair assumption that should the bond fail, that in order to raise the revenues to, again, implement the policy, we'll have to look at fees on water users or other sources of revenue in order to accomplish, again, the policy goals as established in the law, which is law now. So unless the legislature would change that, we're moving forward on a plan relating to the health of the Delta that will have to be financed. And that's the point I'm trying to make, is that there are monies in the bond to cover a good portion of that. But if those monies don't materialize, then we will be forced to look at raising water users' fees or find some other alternative source of revenues in order to implement the law. Is that a correct statement?
I think you're correct, and I would say that it's either raising revenues or looking at existing funding. And I would turn back to the CalFed program, what agencies say they were doing to fulfill the roles and responsibilities of CalFed. That's $300 million that folks say they're using to fulfill roles and responsibilities. At the analyst's office, we would suggest you look at those as well as looking at either existing bond funds, future bond funds. So I think you're correct. There's a combination to be made. With bond funding, more can be done for acquisitions and restoration. That's correct.
Another point that you, I think, hit on, and just quickly here, but I'm concerned about, and we've all watched the evolution, if you will, or struggle related to CalFed, and are aware of the amount of money that's been spent, and many people don't believe it's been anywhere near as effective as we certainly hoped it would be on a number of fronts. And I think the concern that many have is we're just transferring that process now in, giving it a new name and moving monies over, but are we doing anything to really change the culture or the policy directives that have been coming out of the old CalFed process so that we move forward in a more effective way? So what are your feelings on that?
We absolutely share the concerns. Just looking at the two contracts, and we really didn't comprehensively look at every contract. Just looking at two contracts, it seemed that the continuing processes and practices of the CalFed, the Bay Delta office, had just rolled over, and perhaps that was intended. But at this point in time, the legislature can give direction to the council to say, okay, this is the time to actually back up and decide what we really need to do in the Delta. How do we want to spend? Let's say we did have $300 million coming in to the state for the Delta activities. What should our state do to fulfill the roles and responsibilities of the Delta plan as it comes out? So I think the legislature's oversight role in that is going to be critical.
And you talked about the assumption before today that this council would be in place by now and be able to start to tell us where they want to go and how they want to implement the law. Obviously, I share the same concerns that the chairman mentioned relating to this apparent moving ahead without the council in place. What is your opinion as it relates to that? Do we have time to wait another 30, 60 days or whatever it takes to get the council in place before we move forward? And does that make more sense than the current policy that seems to be in place?
I think the most important thing is that the legislature continue their oversight of the program. I'm not sure how much control we have over the seating of the council, but the sooner they seat the council, the better the legislature has an opportunity to advise them of the legislature's input into the Delta plan. And without a council, you will be working with the existing CalFed staff. And that's the best that you'll be able to do. I think that it is important that the council gets seated.
Okay. One other quick question. Have you identified the direct administrative costs relating to the council at this point? An estimate on that?
We haven't done the workload analysis. We think that that's actually one of the most important things that needs to get done. Again, we had hoped to wait for the council to be seated before we really started that process. But again, I know it's frustrating for folks to not know what their plan is, but it's important.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And in response to your rhetorical question about maybe the legislature intended the CalFed program to simply have names changed and rearranged.
That would be wrong.
Yeah, I don't think that was the intent. This was supposed to be about change and new governance. So just to clarify that. Assemblymember Yamada.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And no, we were not intending to rearrange the deck chairs on the Titanic, even though I guess there was a lot more water available to the Titanic at that time. I wanted to ask you a couple of questions. One is related to the, and this is on page 9 of your report, the 58 positions stipulated to as staffing the new Delta Stewardship Council. And then I believe there's a description that at least, is it, how many of these, 58, 19 of these would be executive positions. So say if you rounded up, on a ratio of 20 to 60, say that would be approximately a little less than a third or approaching a third of the staff would be executive. Is that, from what you have been able to see, justifiable in terms of the executive versus, people on the ground kind of theory?
We didn't make a recommendation as to whether it was justifiable this year, but we do have concerns that it is top heavy. I mean, we do have the council, that's 8 positions, and then the executive staff. But the concern that we really had was that there's a chance that you may need that many executive staff. But if you need that many executive staff, let's have them do the executive level work that needs to be done. The project direction, the leading others, and then the liaison services. If there is a need for that many folks, then let's let them do their job instead of contracting out for the types of work that an executive level person should be able to do.
Right. When you mentioned the 8 positions directly for the council, that includes the water master or does not include the water master?
It does not. That includes the council plus their executive assistant, I believe it is.
Okay, all right.
Probably the wrong
So that's what you mean. Because, of course, Mr. Chairman, as you know, there are at least 2 positions of the 7 for the Delta Stewardship Council that we are aware, have been filled. One is, of course, and unless otherwise noted, Supervisor Don Natoli of Sacramento is chair of the commission, and then I believe it's Gloria Gray, who is a board member of NWD.
That is not final.
Is that not final?
That is not final.
Oh, all right. Well, thank you for that clarification, because, of course, it's been announced fairly widely. And in this case, the Assembly, has moved ahead of the Senate. But thank you for that clarification. I have some grave concerns about that. And I will just leave on that note. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Salas had a question, but I think she's left. Mr. Ruskin, did you want to jump in?
I'm fine, no, thank you.
Senator Wolk.
I had a couple of questions.
Terrific.
I do have a few questions, but Mr. Huffman, if I'm redundant to prior questions being asked, because I came in late because I was presenting a bill, I just sort of say, already asked, and I will talk to the person and see what the answer is. I just wanted some clarification. Is the CalFed budget, we know it's just California, it's a combination of existing bond monies and general fund? What comprises that $300 million?
It's mostly bond funding and state water project contractor funding.
84, 85.
I don't actually have the percentages with me, but that's easily gotten to you. The amount of money that's coming from there's actually money from fees and from other funding sources too, and we'd be happy to provide that to the committee. We have a couple of reports from the old CalFed, the Resources Agency, and now what should be the new council that lists out those percentages. I'd be happy to do that.
And I'd just like to clarify for the record, one of the main reasons we got involved in looking at the governance structure is the CalFed program did not work. The 220 stakeholders, everyone involved and no one in charge. And that's why we did indeed create a governance committee that would be transparent and accountable to look at how these monies are expended. Also wanted to know, is there additional off-budget monies that are part of these programs? And
the only off-budget monies that we know of are from the state, within the state system, are with the state water project contractors. Now, what you see before you on page 6 is what they reported, what they self-reported at the Department of Water Resources. We don't break that down by contractor or bond funding of the $206 million. Any other funds that the Department of Water Resources, through the State Water Project, wishes to pay for Delta activities, it certainly can do so. It's off budget, and those funds can go into the mix. Funding outside of the state, so from individuals interested in the process and otherwise, we did not include and did not analyze. So if a particular contractor funded any project outside of the process that didn't go through the state system, we weren't aware of that.
Do you have any comments or opinions on the practice of off-budgeting and ability for legislative oversight?
We strongly believe that the State Water Project should be brought on budget, and we've mentioned this before in policy and budget committees. The legislature's oversight, particularly at a time when the Delta is transitioning to a new way of management, having $1 billion off budget for the State Water Project can be problematic in oversight for water resources in the state. And as we went into, and I'll just be brief, but as we took a look at the State Water Project, we started to find problems in the way that they were accounting for funding that may impact the state and the State General Fund and non-State Water Project contractor funding. So we strongly still recommend that the State Water Project be brought on budget to the extent possible, particularly for Delta-related activities.
Well, it certainly should be as part of the new governance structure, but in the interim time, I assume that would require some legislation to put it in statute, correct? The
That's
practice
right.
of off-budgeting?
We would need statute.
Off-budget, yeah.
That's right. And we have received legislative council opinion that we can do this. We can put them on budget. It's the legislature's prerogative how much of their work is brought on budget. Perhaps they don't want to have all of the capital projects that run the maintenance of the system on budget, but we certainly can pull portions of it on and give the legislature the oversight that it needs.
Are there other agencies that also use off-budgeting as?
There are a significant number of agencies that use off-budget funds. The new resources recycling, I call it DR cubed because I'm not sure I'm going to get all of the names right, has a significant amount of funding off-budget for the Beverage Container Recycling Fund. And then outside of our resources area, there's significant other funding that's off-budget. When we've had problems in the past, and there was a transportation fund that was off-budget at one point in time, I can't recall the name of the fund, we did recommend that it be brought on budget, and subsequently, a couple of years later, it was. So it is possible to take these off-budget funds on budget, and if they work, we can always put them off budget again, too.
Great, thank you.
Yes, Senator.
I'd just like to follow up with Fran for a moment. On the JLAC, on the auditing committee, the beverage recycling issue, that fund is being audited largely in response to not knowing, the legislature not knowing how much money there is and how to account for it and when it comes in and all of that. So maybe it ought to apply here as well.
All right, very good. If there are no other questions, we'll thank Ms. Freeman and welcome our second panel, which is going to consist of Lester Snow, the Secretary of Resources, and Joe Grindstaff, the Acting Executive Officer of the Delta Stewardship Council. Good morning.
Good morning. They're smiling. That's good.
Lester's smiling because he could do these oversight hearings in his sleep at this point in his career, I think. But,
weren't you the same Lester Snow that was with DWR?
Long time ago.
He's been multitasking for many years.
Am I up?
yes, welcome, Mr. Secretary.
Uh-oh. Got a microphone problem. Okay. Does this one work? Great. Thank you, Chair Pavley, Chair Huffman, and members. It's actually a pleasure to be here. And the reason I say that, we have historic opportunities in front of us and a unique way of dealing with a complex natural resource problem. And I think the legislature and the administration should be proud of what happened last November and excited about what we can accomplish based on those bills that were passed. What I would like to do is kind of divide my quick, brief comments into 4 parts. One, talking about the broader natural resource context. What does this fit into, these actions that we've taken, and why does this package address the issues that we face here in California? Second, very briefly about the entire package. I was glad Catherine brought up the other bills, because I think it's a mistake to just look at the Delta without looking at the broader context of what's going on in water management.
That's great, Mr. Secretary. And just before you get too deeply into it, we're assuming about 10 minutes between the two of you, and then I'm sure there's going to be plenty of questions from the committees. That work for you?
10 minutes between the two of us?
10 each.
Oh, okay, got it. I'll do it in less than that, and I want change.
Thank you.
I can sense a whole bunch of one-liners coming now. Third, I want to hit the specific approach of SB1 and the significance of that, and how we're proceeding to implement. And then fourth, make sure I hit the specific questions that were provided by staff. The context that I want to hit is that too often, locally, within the state and nationally, natural resource management is in response to the latest symptom, not the problem. Something happens and we respond to it either with an action or legislation, and we're dealing with a symptom and not the broader resource problem. The package of bills, in my opinion, are an exception to that, and we are finally starting to get to the broader underlying natural resource problems. In the Delta, what we focus on and what the newspapers focus on all the time is the current decline in the fisheries, the decreasing water supply reliability, the fights, both political and legislative, over the biological opinions and the latest water supply allocation. But that's not the problem. That's the symptom of where we have gotten to in terms of managing natural resources. The problem really is related to the unintended consequences of over a century of state and federal decision-making in the Bay Delta system. When I try to talk to those not familiar with our problem here, I actually go back to the mid-1850s, the Swamp and Overflow Act. It was an incredible nationwide incentive to drain the swamps and turn swamps into productive land and deal with malaria as a national problem. As a result of that, California lost most of its wetlands habitat. Later in that century, hydraulic mining debris was clogging the river systems in the Central Valley. In response to that, we designed a flood system, working with the feds and others, that was based on very narrow channels, very confined channels for high velocity to move out the flood debris. As a result of that, we lost an extensive amount of riparian habitat. So 2 major policies destroyed much of the wetlands habitat and much of the riparian habitat. Additionally, following on that, we had invasive species, some brought in intentionally and others brought in unintentionally. And then the final decision, both state and federal, was to locate the water supply that has become the core of the economy of California in an estuary. We wouldn't do that today, but we did it over a half a century ago. These actions define the problem that we're trying to deal with in the Bay Delta system: a systematically reduced habitat, invasive species, a water system that probably wasn't designed to be compatible with our current environmental objectives. Fortunately, this package has come along and defined co-equal goals. As we move forward, we're going to achieve co-equal goals, and we're going to recognize the Delta as place as we do so. It's going to be a comprehensive approach, and part of the package included funding in the form of a bond to be comprehensive in moving forward. It addresses the problem and not just the symptoms. The package itself, even as we move forward on the Delta, which is the focus of most people's attention, without the commitment, the first ever in the history of California, to statewide water conservation, without the commitment to the first ever in the history of California, statewide groundwater monitoring, and without a comprehensive infrastructure investment, we undermine our ability to fix the Delta and make it a sustainable fix. The entire package must move forward. In terms of SB 1 and implementation of the governance package, which is essential, the bill became effective a little over 4.5 weeks ago. However, efforts to implement the intent and implement the word of the package, we began working probably in December of last year to assure timely implementation. We have more specifics that will come up on the next panel about the specific activities that people have undertaken in the departments. I want to more generalize now in terms of an effort to realign both the financial and human resources that exist in departments and agencies at this point, move them and restructure them to implement the entire package, but especially the Delta bill. Initiated as many of the activities as possible. You'll hear more about these, but certainly a major activity in Fish and Game and the State Board with respect to in-stream flow assessment. A Delta Protection Commission has already started talking about their efforts to look at expansion of the primary zone and development of an economic sustainability plan. Delta Stewardship Council has worked to assign staff from CalFed. Joe Grindstaff will go into more detail on that. And to the extent possible, prepare options for the Council to consider when they first meet. The best example of that is one that has become somewhat controversial, or people have asked questions about it, and that's an effort to put out an RFQ so that when a Council meets, and do that in an expedient way, so when a Council meets, they may wish to accept the results of that RFQ or start over under their own process. But there's no question that the Council will have complete authority over how they proceed with that. And let me hit very quickly the questions that have been raised. Let's see if I remember what they were. I thought I had them committed to memory. No, that's all right. What if I make up my own? Would that...
Adaptive management again. Huh?
Indeed.
Okay.
Require an EIR?
Certainly, it probably would, but can we work it into some sort of streamlined? No.
CEQA exemption?
Certainly, the administration's plans to fulfill SB 1 is to move as quickly as we can and to empower people to move forward. Waiting is not our friend when it comes to the Delta. In terms of the Delta Stewardship Council and appointments, during the passage of those those bills, the administration made a very specific commitment to work with the Assembly and Senate on their appointments in an effort to make sure that the 6 appointments controlled by the governor and by the members of the legislature were balanced in terms of their experience and interest. That is still our interest in attempting to do that, and is our expectation that we can make the appointments in concert with the legislature very, very soon. We had hoped to do it earlier, and as I said, we've been trying to coordinate with the legislature, and we hope to have 6 appointments to start working with Don Natoli very quickly, perhaps within weeks. Third, in terms of BDCP, you will hear on the second panel from Undersecretary Karen Scarborough and David Nowie, the federal representative, perhaps more detail. There's been tremendous progress that has been made in BDCP. We expect to make additional progress this year that will help inform the Council on the Delta plan and also provide opportunities for the public to understand what's going on. Fourth, the funding issue. The funding plan for SB 1 in particular. We all know that we have been able to provide interim funding to move forward on this, reallocate bond funds. I believe our estimate, and Joe can go into more detail on this, was to assure that we have several years of funding to make progress during the development of this package. And as Chair Huffman has indicated, this didn't happen in October and November, but really resulted from over a year of drafting and meetings. And in many of those discussions, I think members may recall, there was often a provision for the Council, or in some cases the Commission, to do a long-term funding plan, a long-term financing plan. That did not end up in the final version. However, I believe the development of a long-term funding plan is essential, and it's something that the administration has supported from the beginning. Look at alternative sources in addition to the bond funds that are appropriately used for this, but also look for other revenue streams. With that, I'll conclude my comments, and I think Joe can add additional detail.
Great. Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Grindstaff.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the chance to be here. The legislation that you all passed this last year called for an independent counsel, and I very much look forward to having that in place. So everything that I talk about should be understood in the light that the council can change all of the recommendations. The council is, in fact, in charge of what happens as we move ahead. However, there was some need to make some administrative decisions moving ahead. The law took effect February the 3rd, so just a month ago, and the legislation said the council, while we hoped to be appointed sooner, had to be appointed by July the 1st. So in order to make some things happen, we're continuing to do work. I'll talk some about that. In terms of staffing, I want to point out that what we did was transfer over the existing staff, and we have been trying to maintain vacancies. So if you actually, and I hadn't thought about including the council itself as part of executive staff, but if you include the council itself, I think right now we're at 27 vacancies out of a staff of 50-some. So we're talking about having maintained that. Most of those vacancies are engineers, biologists. We don't have a single civil engineer on staff. We scientists. So part of what we wanted to do was preserve the ability for the council with its authority to actually give direction about how many people, as it says in the legislation, and what their qualifications should be moving forward. Now there is some need to fill some of those vacancies now, so we'll move ahead as we can to do that. But one of the goals was to preserve that staffing opportunity for the council to make those decisions. Second part of that staffing is that we are staffing the conservancy. So the intent is we've assigned a couple of people to work on that, have developed a draft agenda for the first conservancy meeting. The major objective for the conservancy obviously will be hiring an executive officer and then beginning to make some real decisions about how much they want to do, what their goals and objectives are. So in the staff, the old staff at CalFed, we're trying to provide the opportunities for both the conservancy and the council to move ahead. I do want to address a little bit more specifically the RFQ for the Delta plan. In order to meet the very tight deadline and to give the council the most flexibility, we thought it was appropriate for us to actually get something out so that people could respond. Our plan has been that the council, once appointed, would actually be in the interviews with all of the proposers, would have the option, if they choose to do that, to participate that way, then be a part of the negotiations if they choose to do that, and then obviously no contract is done unless the council's involved. If we go a different way, which they may choose to do, the timeline probably gets delayed by 6 or 8 months. For example, if the council chose to do an RFQ itself without using the administrative services of the Department of Water Resources, we have to actually adopt regulations, and we have to go through the Administrative Procedures Act. That takes an additional 6 or 8 months in order to do it. So the reason for using the administrative services of the Department of Water Resources was as a way to save time in order to meet the legislative deadline. The council may feel that time is not as important and therefore they choose to go the other way, but we want to give them the option of trying to get things done. I do want to, on behalf of DWR, say in any of the meetings on this, they have never had a policy person involved. They have provided administrative staff to help make the process work. They have not tried to influence what we do. The language that's included in the RFP comes almost directly from the Act itself, so that we actually said, here are the requirements for the Delta Plan, and then we quoted the language from the Act itself. That was the intent when we were doing it. So I expect when the council is appointed at our first meeting, after they elect a chair and after they figure out how they will replace me long term, one of the issues will be, okay, how do we deal with this Delta Plan? Do we want to appoint a couple of members, which is what I think I would recommend we do, or they do, that they appoint a couple of members to be involved in this process to come back to the council with a recommendation. Right. You asked specifically about the Independent Science Board, and again, this is an example where there's a lot going on. We've had 3 workshops in the last month, including one on the Vernalis Adaptive Management Plan. We've been supporting the efforts of the State Board to look at the flow criteria. We continue to operate even though there is not yet a council in place to create an independent science board. The way we are doing that is we are using the existing lead scientist from CalFed. The intent would be, again, at the first council meeting, to ask the council to appoint him, if they choose to, as the interim lead scientist. He is planning to leave, and they would then appoint an independent science board. Under the legislation, the independent science board would then work with the council, recruit a lead scientist, and continue on with the science program. In the meantime, because there are such really critical issues, the science program has to work on an ongoing basis with other state agencies to help provide answers and support. They had a workshop a couple weeks ago on Delta Smelt. That's how we're approaching the effort.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Grindstaff. I want to come back to some of the council contracting and staffing issues in a moment, but let me begin my questions with the Delta Conservancy and just ask if you can update us on the status of that governing board. I know that some of those positions are appointed by counties from their county supervisors. There's a couple of legislative appointments and a gubernatorial appointment, I think. And so where do we stand on that?
The Secretary for Resources before Mr. Snow, Secretary Chrisman, actually sent a letter to the counties, the 5 counties, who each appoint 1 member of the Conservancy. Right. None of the counties has responded officially yet. I did speak with Supervisor Natoli the other day, and he told me that they had put it over because they wanted to talk about how much time and effort would be involved in the Conservancy. So we don't have the county appointments in many of the 5 counties, and neither the governor nor the legislature has made their appointments. My expectation is we have moved. The legislation called for the Conservancy staff to be located in the Delta. So we have moved the 2 staff that we've assigned permanently there and created offices for the 7 people that we expect will be the initial starting staff in West Sacramento, so that they're prepared to do that. They're prepared to have a meeting as soon as there is a quorum.
Okay. Well, it sounds like a lot of the same sort of early staffing and administrative actions are underway for the Conservancy as well, which raises some of the same questions that I think we're going to have about the Stewardship Council. I think it was envisioned that the Conservancy's governing board would have some say in these things. But I think the concerns are a little more acute with the council because it has a much more specific task ahead of it and a much more specific role in some very important and issues of statewide consequence. So I want to go right to those concerns from my perspective, and I guess I would direct this at you, Secretary Snow, but certainly Mr. Grindstaff is welcome to jump in. My concern is we don't yet have a Delta Stewardship Council, obviously, and yet the legislation very specifically provides that the Stewardship Council will select its own staff. The Stewardship Council will be in charge of developing the comprehensive Delta plan. The whole point of that was to have new governance, not to simply shift over the administration's existing positions, give them new titles, and continue with the status quo. And while I actually appreciate the way in which the administration and the legislative leaders have been approaching the selection of the Delta Stewardship Council, I think it's great that we're working together to try to get this right. I think it's very problematic that in the absence of the council, things are moving so quickly from the administration's perspective. And frankly, there's been zero communication with the legislature about all of this contracting and staffing that is well underway. My concerns include the fact that the RFQ and RFP that have gone out, it's not only work to begin that process, those have closed. There's already been a screening process for the people that have responded to that, and in fact, I think finalists are being interviewed this week, if I'm not mistaken, and the contract provides...
That's incorrect. But
that is what?
That is incorrect.
Oh, well, when are they being interviewed?
When we have council, so that we can actually have some council members involved in the interviews.
My understanding of at least one of those solicitations is that the council has a single day to consider those folks who have been selected by a steering committee of some kind that already exists today, that's already been identified, and yet the council couldn't have had any input into that.
There were 4 proposers. The intent is that when they have the oral interviews, all 4 of the proposals will be interviewed, and that council members will be a part of that process. And while I would like that to have happened as soon as possible, until we have a council, we can't really proceed with doing the final interviews and making any selections. So I think I defer to when the council's in place before, and if they choose even, because it may be that the council says, you know, we don't really like this process, they may say we don't want to do it. So, but at least
they might. But I mean, isn't it true that under the timeline that the administration has put out, there's a single day allowed for the new council to take a look at what's been done and add its input to those.
I think there's a single final day when they actually take it up on their agenda, but my assumption is that what we had planned all along is that the council would appoint people who would be involved in the process before it comes back to the council for vote, if you will.
Well, my concerns don't stop there. It also includes the fact that these solicitations make hardwired decisions about what kind of professional certifications have to exist for key positions on the consulting team. It includes the fact there's provision right here in the solicitation that I'll just read to you. The contractor may be required to work independently or partner with other DWR employees or private professionals, but always at the specific direction of the DWR. Now, this contravenes the very point of having new governance and a new council. Again, to the concerns that I think you've already begun to hear from some members and certainly are going to continue to hear. I'm troubled that this contracting process is so far along. I'm troubled that staff have already been given titles. Mr. Grindstaff's a wonderful guy. I've known him for years, and he may well be the guy to be the executive officer of the Delta Stewardship Council, but he's already got that title. And that's not a decision for the administration to make. That's a decision for the new council to make. I'm troubled that the entire BDCP liaison contract has simply been carried over to the new council without the new council having any say. I'm troubled that there's a contract that appears to be directly between the council and the Metropolitan Water District that's carried over. That raises concerns. And all of this kind of adds up to me to look like we're having a bit of an Al Haig moment here. We don't have a council, and yet the administration is plowing ahead, insisting that they're in charge. And so, Secretary Snow, I suspect I'm not the only member with this concern, but I wanted to state it as pointedly as I could and invite you to speak to it.
And I appreciate that, so we don't have to beat around the bush. However, I couldn't disagree with you more strongly about that. There is absolutely no question where the authority lies with respect to these decisions, and it lies with the council. And as soon as the council is seated, then they will decide whether they will accept this effort that has been put in place to help them, or they want to start over. It is not a DWR decision. It is not a Joe Grindstaff decision which consultant is hired to bring into this process. It is exclusively a council decision. But since the timelines are tight, and we all know that, in every one of the bills that we pass, there are very aggressive timelines. Had a decision been made to simply wait, then because of the problems that Joe has already outlined, we could be into easily September and potentially the end of this year before you have a consultant team on board. So the one point that you raised, should there have been more communication with members of the legislature, particularly those that had their fingerprints on this bill? I don't think there's any question about that. At this point, hopefully we can clarify and make it clear how this is moving forward and what decisions the council will have to make. With respect to staffing, it's not reasonable to assume that the council is formed one day and they have zero staff and no work has been done for them. Our interpretation of the bill moves a lot of the money and programs from CalFed to the council. Joe has agreed to be acting in the leadership role, has no intention of seeking that position, and will aid the council in a recruitment for a person for the executive director, executive officer, I forget what it's called. So, I understand the concern from not knowing what was going on, but we are so far past the point of delay and reconsideration. We need to be taking action. We think we have queued up issues so that allow the council to move quickly. And it's our intent, as I mentioned a moment ago, to make sure that within weeks we have the council seated.
Assemblymember Salas.
Thank you very much. And it is always a concern when there are things being put in place before the decision makers are actually around the table. And I totally agree with Mr. Huffman on that. But the other side of the equation also has to be answered, and that is that when we were negotiating all of this and then looking at the structure of the council, I know that many of the stakeholders within the Delta communities were very concerned about the number of people that they would have represented on the council, and there was a great deal of negotiation relative to that. And I believe that a great deal of sensitivity in increasing the number of the supervisors that would be represented as members of the council. So the other side of the coin is the failure of those appointments to be made so that they are at the table making the decisions, that the council is made whole. Because to me, that may be another delay tactic in that, and getting nothing done. In other words, if the council there are not the appointments made so that the decisions can't be made, then that would lead to the failure of what we're trying to do. So I think that really we have to look at both sides of the equation, and we have to be fair about this. And as far as I'm concerned, is that we can't afford delay in implementing what we need to do to fix California's plumbing problems. And if there is a reluctance and there is an inability to make a decision about who's going to be the council members, then we have to also look at that, Mr. Huffman, and ask those questions and make sure that we get those council members in place as soon as possible.
Senator Wolk.
Yes, just a preliminary comment. Critical that the Stewardship Council shall be independent, and transparency was also a key to this. And you put the Stewardship Council in a very difficult position because they're going to want to move forward quickly and thoroughly and transparently and independently, but you've laid out, you've set the table for them. And I don't know that that's fair to them. I assume they're going to be capable people who are going to give a tremendous amount of energy and effort to this, probably not new, I hope, to this effort, nor to the Delta, nor to statewide water issues. So I think you've just put them in a very, very difficult position. I want to ask you about the LA budget recommendations. LAO recommends zero-based budgeting for all Delta expenditures. Do you have a reaction to that?
Go ahead.
No, I think what they recommended was for CalFed expenditures, and that's a broader category than Delta expenditures.
CalFed, yes, CalFed.
And I think actually somehow there needs to be a review of all of those. I don't know whether zero-based budgeting is the appropriate way, but certainly there's a lot of money that always appears. We have been able to track where that's being spent these days much more effectively. I think there needs to be a review of that. I think some of the expenditures, for example, that are in the Delta that DWR is doing may be best transferred ultimately to the Conservancy. There may be other changes that need to be made as we move ahead. I think that many of those things are very important and ought to be continued, and I think there is the assumption by some that we should stop all of those projects. I think you'll hear from John McCammon later today that some of those things are really critical for the Delta and for the whole ecosystem moving forward. So,
if I could add, there really needs to be an assessment of realignment of different programs and projects. And one example related to the Conservancy is DWR has had the Dutch Slough project for a long time. I believe is at the final EIR stage. Should that stay with the Department of Water Resources or move to a new Conservancy? And I think those are the kinds of issues that need to be discussed not only by the Conservancy but probably the Council as well.
Another recommendation has to do with this BDCP liaison contract, which has been given to Metropolitan Water District, to a contractor. The recommendation is to eliminate the contract for the remaining 6 months of the contract.
That's actually something I think we agree with, that we have been working with other departments to figure out how to pick that up for the last 6 months of the year. So that is something that I think clearly the Council needs to figure out, and obviously it would be helpful if I had a council that could say we are doing this, but in my view and my recommendation to the council would be we ought to separate the council from that activity and BDCP ought to find another way to fund that activity moving forward. So as a staff person, that would be my recommendation.
I have some questions about the Department of Fish and Game and their role. I recently received a letter from Solano County, and I'm sure you've gotten it, announcing that the county's HCP process cannot move forward because of a lack of participation by the Department of Fish and Game. You know, and I know that that's an extremely important piece of what the counties will be doing with respect to the BDCP and the Delta. So does DFG, do you have any comment on that? Does DFG, what are we doing in terms of resources available to the Department of Fish and Game to do what they need to do?
Well, I'm not aware of that specific issue that you've raised, and probably John McCammon may want to address the broader question that you raised when he's on the next panel.
Okay. And the last is the involvement of the local land use permitting agencies, namely the counties, in the process. What proposals do you have for encouraging that, supporting that, formalizing that?
Yeah, what I can relay in partial response to that is the process that I've started in meeting with each of the counties individually, as well as I'm sure you're aware, there has been the 5-county group that has met periodically, met with Secretary Chrisman over a considerable period of time. As a result of my attending the first new meeting, or I should say the first meeting of the new and improved Delta Protection Commission, I had a chance to talk to a number of the supervisors there, and I'm in the process of scheduling individual meetings with the individual counties to talk about this very issue. Not only with their land use authority, but as Senator Walker has indicated, most of the counties, I believe all of the counties, have some form of an HCP, either completed or underway, and we need to talk about how that gets integrated and how potential bond funds can help them implement their HCP, NCCPs. So we're started that. I've met with Yolo County and probably meet with Contra Costa next and continue that process to answer that question.
Thanks.
Assemblymember Ruskin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Secretary, I'd like to focus on financing questions, particularly in regard to bond financing. The lion's share of financing is proposed to be dependent on funding out of bonds. Now, the Department of Finance and the Treasurer will get together and prioritize projects. How will these projects stack up with all of the projects that they will have to prioritize? And specifically, I understand that the bond sales are prioritized by job creation and public safety issues, according to those issues. How does this, with that in mind, where do all these projects likely stack up in terms of realistic priorities, in terms of bond funding?
Well, I think for the interim period that we've been talking about, of getting the council up and running and moving forward on the Delta, I think they're going to stack up very well. Because one of the things that we have observed, especially the last 2 years, is the direct relationship between what's happening in the Delta and jobs. And last year, it certainly was a lot of focus on farm workers and their jobs. So I think we consider the comparatively small amount of bond funds for this compared to other flood transportation kind of projects, a small amount, but it's an essential amount to keep moving this forward, or we'll have job problems that radiate throughout California. So at this point, we expect to be able to get funds to move this process forward.
In case that doesn't occur, is there a backup plan?
Well, I don't see any reason that it won't occur, but certainly if something happens and for some reason there's no further bond sales, whatever that might be, we will not let this program languish. We will figure out how to fund it one way or another.
Okay. We might want to have further discussions about how that might occur, what the actual options are should the situation deteriorate.
Well, certainly, and that's why, back to earlier response, at some point this year, somebody needs to have the assignment of developing the long-term financing strategy with contingencies.
I think somebody's got a bill on that subject, and somebody looks forward to working with the administration on that bill.
And somebody might look forward to working with the legislature on that, too.
Thank you.
Vaguely comforting. No. Thank you.
Senator Pavley, and then Assemblymember Yamada and Salas.
Yes, thank you very much. And Mr. Snow, I think you're right. Beginning of the year, that communication was essential because I feel like we were very much part of a collaborative effort for all last year, and the concept it was going to be at the with the new council and the Conservancy up and running, and the transparency and accountability that Senator Wolk spoke about were my priorities as well. And so I do have concerns on that. I wanted, though, specifically to take this time to ask some questions that I'm not sure were answered, and they were part of the questions that were sent to you. So, Mr. Grinstaff, could you talk a little bit about the current ecosystem restoration program projects? What is their status and transition? And are there ecosystem restoration projects that would fall outside of the jurisdiction of the council, and who has jurisdiction over the projects?
Well, I'll respond in general, and I asked John McCammon, who's scheduled later on, to talk more about this in specific. Yes, there are projects that are outside the jurisdiction. So, for example, dam removal projects. Other projects upstream are not within the Delta, and therefore not within the jurisdiction of the council directly. I think it's also true that the council is not an implementing agency. It's designed, as I read the legislation, as a planning agency. And so my expectation is that Department of Fish and Game will be the lead for the state on things outside of the Delta area that are important for ecosystem restoration, and that the new Delta Conservancy will be one of the leaders, maybe along with the Department of Fish and Game, in terms of ecosystem restoration within the Delta. The CalFed program actually included some of those other things that you passed legislation on. Conservation, for example, was an important part of CalFed. DWR will remain the lead, I'm sure, in implementing the parts of the legislation related to conservation. So,
on that sort of the same note, you didn't mention the Delta plan. How is that going to be paid for? Because once the council is up and running, of course, they will be looking at consistency review with the Delta plan. So where is that in the process?
The Delta plan, the way it's proposed in the governor's budget, and it actually was proposed in last year's budget, there was $2 million that was appropriated to DWR out of the integrated regional management unallocated.
So Prop $84 for
Prop $84 were $2 million were appropriated, which is what we have access to this current fiscal year. The governor's budget asked for an additional $14 million. That was the best we could do in terms of an overall estimate at the time of what the cost for developing the Delta plan, hiring the consultants to develop the Delta plan should be. And
what's
it's all
the timeline on that?
The legislation calls for it to be complete by January 1, 2012, so that's about 22 months, 21 months from now.
Clock's ticking. The last question I had, just for me to understand, those new, the 50 people that will be working as part of the Conservancy and the Delta Stewardship Council, and you said you had 27 vacancies. All those are paid for from CalFed?
There is no separate CalFed account. What the way they're paid is most of them are paid out of the general fund. Some are paid out of ELPF, and some of the science
license plate fund, that must be a small percentage.
It is a small percentage, I think $700,000, and some of the science is paid for out of bond funds. So you have three principal sources of funding there. And I should point out that probably 15 to 20 people out of that 50 is assigned to science. So the science program will probably remain the largest single component of the ongoing operations of the council moving ahead, depending on the role that the council chooses to take in evaluating all the projects in the region that may have an environmental impact on the Delta.
So there is a substantial contribution from the general fund for this. So ongoing,
Yes.
ongoing revenue stream.
It's around $5 to $6 million a year.
Okay.
Yes.
Ongoing revenue stream, though, is critically important, either through a beneficiary pays kind of approach for any of these governance entities to really do their job.
Absolutely. In order for this council to work, there has to be a stable funding source.
And the administration, Mr. Snow, is very supportive of implementing that concept.
Yeah, I think the issue, and certainly where we were last year, is the need to develop a comprehensive plan and then make sure that the plan has equity in it. And that was some of the problems we hit late in the discussion, was some proposals came up with a fee, but only to a few of the people that had an interest in, impact in, or benefit from. And that's always the challenge when you talk about fees, that you meet the Sinclair test and it's equitably distributed. But I think the bottom line, whether it's fees, general fund, bond funds, is we need a long-term plan. And as we sit here today, we do not have that. We have an interim strategy.
We're talking about long-term financing plan.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Right. Thanks.
Assemblymember Yamada.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have questions and comments, I think, for both of you. So first, I'll start with Secretary Snow. I like to think that now that we have a secretary with Snow as the last name, perhaps we have some good karma. We need more snow and somewhere to store it. Yeah, let's hope so. As you, do you have you had any opportunity to think through, and I know you've referenced Mr. McCammon's coming testimony, but the $1 million that has been sort of allocated or stipulated to thus far for the additional responsibilities that DFG is going to have to carry out. And I know we did have another informational hearing about that here with part of this body. But is that, do you feel, something that needs to be reexamined in terms of how much money DFG is going to actually need to get all of this done, even on an interim basis?
Well, I think I have to rely on John on this. I mean, I think it helps to have those additional positions in funding. I do think we have to evaluate when we look to the longer term, and I even mean just 3 years out, where are we going to be, and is there sufficient staffing for it? I mean, it is, and everybody around here knows the difficulty of dealing with this new essential activity in the middle of an incredible budget deficit. I mean, it just makes it very, very challenging, even when you recognize it's a high priority. Where do the funds come from, and where do you trade them off? But I think the direct answer to your question is I think the addition of these positions is essential and adequate for where we are at this moment.
Thank you. And one follow-up question on the role of the counties in this whole discussion, as I know Senator Wolk and I will continue to highlight, since we are the two representatives that most directly represent the Delta counties. You mentioned that you have started meeting with them. What is actually your goal in also meeting individually with each county? And do you expect that to be, in terms of all the spinning plates that we have, what is your time frame on accomplishing that and completing the meetings?
Oh, I think the time frame is by early summer we have a much better handle on what the counties need out of this, what their interests are, what their concerns are about how we're proceeding. Part of the answer at a specific level, each one of the counties has very specific flood management issues. And this goes beyond even the Delta issues into kind of flood management strategy, and we need to better understand that. And what I notice with the counties when it comes to the habitat stuff, they're not so much opposed to some land being converted to habitat, but they want to have their hands on the pencil as you're starting to really sharply define those habitat areas. And I think there's a great opportunity to do that and ideally have it tie into their own HCPs. Mm-hmm. So there's some synergy that right now is friction, and we need to turn it into cooperation, and I'm confident we can do that.
Well, I'm glad to hear you say that. Certainly a lot of the good work that's already been done I don't think should be washed away, to use another bad pun. Going to Mr. Grindstaff, you have certainly been in, I guess Mr. Huffman's given me this line, sort of which comes first, the chicken or the egg. You've had to kind of do... I'm trying to keep up with Huffman, okay? He's got a couple of years on me, or maybe I should say what comes first, the salmon or the roe. You've had to sort of maybe engage in a little, trailblazing, if you will, to try to get some of the administrative pieces together, and yet we do not have a council. Now we seem to have one less member than I thought we had, which is actually quite heartening. We have, I understand the Conservancy is now located in West Sacramento, which I guess is the Delta, the Delta is, as you know, stretches far and wide. Is that kind of a permanent housing for the Conservancy? Okay, this is just temporary.
Just to meet the
requirements
of the law.
Okay.
So we arranged for free rent and.
Oh, that's wonderful. We're so glad to hear that. We're very glad to hear that.
So we have.
Because I know I think part of the legislation stipulates to the offices being housed in Rio Vista. So it takes a while to get to Rio Vista, but that really is the gateway, the northern part of the northern gateway to the Delta. But I just wonder too, in the waning hours, before dawn, that we actually went to a vote, and I know it's no secret where our votes were on this body, on this panel, but there was this organizational chart, that was floating around that showed the intricacies of the council, the conservancy, and the commission, and that didn't even include the counties. I think I referenced the 3 C's at one of our hearings of council, conservancy, and commission, and how all of these bodies are going to interrelate. And now I want to include the counties in that as the 4th C. But have you, in your interim work, actually tried to decode? And I have read this legislation, trust me, over and over, and have my timelines and all my deadlines not committed fully to memory, but I kind of have a sense of what you're up against. Have you done an organizational chart to show what the interrelationships and the governance roles are going to be? It may not be something that you were asked to do, but I would ask the secretary or somebody. It would be kind of nice for us to, I think, as a body, and those of us that may not actually be from the Delta on this joint committee, to really understand what is in store for the Delta as this legislation goes forward, because it is chaptered and it's in the law. Right. So would you be able to make some kind of commitment to help us out, or maybe the water staff can help us out a little bit?
Yeah. Actually, Joe Grange's staff has started the effort of actually developing a flow chart of all the different dates, all the different tasks, and how they relate to each other. And I think when that is completed, we can make that available to the committees. It's very helpful, because there's anybody who has read all the way through that, there are a lot of moving parts in those bills.
Yes, there are.
And a lot of due dates that are very soon. And so we need to get that lined up and everybody understand exactly what is due when.
Just one last comment, Mr. Chairman, and I'll close, and that is, it's my understanding that, I know there was a reference earlier that the counties had not responded to the call to make appointments to the Conservancy. And, that's not exactly the same information that I've received. So I just like to make sure that we're in very close communication, because it's a little embarrassing for the representatives of the Delta, I think, to really not know. And what you are doing versus what we receive as local representatives. And so I would just like to find a way to increase our communications to work together. Thank you.
Thank you. We are going to have to start moving along pretty quickly. So Ms. Salas will have the last question of these panelists, and then we've got a very large final panel chomping at the bit to talk with us. Ms.
Yes,
Salas.
thank you very much. And this question is for Lester Snow, and it relates a little bit to what Senator Pavley touched on, and also Assemblymember Ruskin, and that's revenue streams and long-term financing plans. And beyond the water diversions in the Delta and the watershed, there are a number of many other users in the estuary. And the question is, what role should they play in any financing situation? There are communities that are discharging sewage into the Delta, wastewater, not sewage, but wastewater in and above the Delta. And then there's the railroads and the utilities and recreational users. And so do you have any broader-based financing concepts beyond the water diverters? And what can we expect in order to start the conversation in the right direction? Because we talk about beneficiaries, but beneficiaries can be defined in a number of ways.
I think you have done an excellent job of outlining the complexity of this. And at this point, the administration does not have a proposal. Where we were last fall was agreeing that somebody whose objective needs to develop a comprehensive plan. As I'm sure you're aware, it's always easiest to look at the two exporters out of the Delta and say, let's put a charge on that. And that immediately raises the question, what about dischargers? What about other diverters that divert out of the system, although that they're smaller? Then you start having one of the classic water community infights, not me, him type of thing. And that's why I think as part of moving forward on this, we need a well-thought-out, cool-headed approach at the best way to deal with this, especially in the face of the budget problems that the state deals with. What I can commit from the administration is working with people to come up with creative strategies. This is an issue we're not afraid of. I think it was in 2005 the administration actually proposed a water resource investment fund. Very different purpose, but nonetheless triggering the same kinds of issues. So we will work with whether it's the council or the legislature to try to find the right way to do this. I think we all agree that to fix the delta the way we've envisioned, it will take a stable revenue stream. And in the current economic climate, it's hard to come up with a stable revenue stream, and we probably need to create one.
Absolutely. You need a plan A, a plan B, and a plan C.
Right.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to thank this panel, and at this point, I'm going to hand the gavel to my co-chair, Senator Fran Pavley, who is the best timekeeper and taskmaster the legislature has ever seen. So she'll keep us on task.
It's that 28 years of teaching middle school. I want to thank the last panel, Mr. Snow, Mr. Grantz. Thank you very much, and we may be calling you back for future updates. Mr. Ruskin, and as well as Mr. Samiti, and through your budget subcommittees, this is an issue that requires continuing monitoring. Panel 2, I see 6 chairs, so it looks like you could all come on up. Thank you for your patience and waiting through. We knew that last panel was going to be the longest one with a lot of questions as we worked with them the last year and a half on coming up with a comprehensive water package. We're going to start with David Nawi. He's Special Assistant to the U.S. Interior Secretary. I want to thank you very much for coming. And I know you received a few questions, so if you would frame your remarks to answer those questions. And on time, will 5 minutes work for you? Do you need a little longer than that?
5 minutes should do.
Perfect.
And if I might, Madam Chair, I know from the federal perspective there's some sensitivity to the distinction between an oversight and an informational hearing.
Okay.
And that for purposes of Mr. Nowy's testimony here today, this is informational. We don't want to presume to oversee.
Is my congressman, so I've taken notes on how to do it. No. Just kidding. All right. Welcome, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Chair Pavley, Chairman Huffman, thank you very much for the opportunity to be here this morning. My name is David Nawi. I'm the Senior Advisor to the Secretary of the Interior for California and Nevada. The Department of the Interior appreciates the opportunity to appear before you today as you consider issues related to the implementation of the Delta legislation enacted last year. Before I turn to the substance of those issues, at the suggestion of the department's solicitors, I wish to confirm that my appearance here today is voluntary in response to your invitation, and that I am appearing in an informational capacity only, as you've stated. Consistent with the constraints on my participation, I hope to be able to provide whatever information you need and that will be helpful to you. If there is information that I am unable to provide today, for example, if privileges apply that have not been waived, I will recommend that we follow up after today's discussion. Initially, I want to recall for you and echo Secretary of Interior Salazar's message of thanks to the legislature and the governor for enacting the significant water package last year. The Secretary's message described the legislation as a critical step toward bringing California's water infrastructure into the 21st century while restoring California's Bay Delta, on which millions of Californians depend for clean drinking water and their livelihoods. Enactment was a difficult step and a great accomplishment. Implementation lies ahead and could be even more difficult. The main message I want to bring to you today is that the agencies within the federal government are committed to work in partnership with the state to achieve the goals of protecting, restoring, and enhancing the Delta ecosystem and providing a more reliable water supply for California. These goals are embodied in the legislation you are focused on today. They have been explicitly embraced at the highest levels of the relevant federal agencies. Specifically, in late September 2009, 6 federal agencies entered into a memorandum of understanding setting forth the goals of both Delta restoration and reliable water supply. As a result of that plan, there was an as a step in the implementation of that MOU, the agencies in December of last year issued an interim federal work action plan for the Bay Delta. Central to the action plan is the federal commitment to work in close partnership with the state. As stated in the plan, and I'll quote, "The most important aspect of the interim action plan is the federal government's reaffirmation of its partnership with the state of California and local authorities, and its commitment to coordinate its actions with those of the state and local authorities." In furtherance of this commitment, federal agencies will remain fully and actively involved in the ongoing efforts to develop the Bay Delta Conservation Plan, the BDCP. The problems facing the Delta have been decades in the making, and the critical nature of the situation is apparent to all. The Delta ecosystem is in serious decline, evidenced by record low numbers of certain fish species, returning fish species. And reductions in agricultural water supply have contributed to severe economic disruption in portions of the Central Valley south of the Delta. A long-term solution to these problems is imperative, and the BDCP is the mechanism to accomplish this. The federal agencies will continue their efforts to develop a credible, science-based plan in an expeditious time frame. A significant aspect of the federal work plan is the commitment of the federal agencies to rely on science-based decisions in developing and implementing solutions for the diverse Bay Delta challenges. To this end, the federal agencies with regulatory and scientific missions, including the U.S. Geological Survey, are working to coordinate their actions and resources internally and also to work with the academic community and state agencies, including the Delta Science Program established by the new legislation as a successor to the CalFed Science Program. Increasing the scientific basis for decisions and actions affecting the Delta will be of substantial benefit as the process moves forward. Turning to the state legislation, we recognize that it is in the early stages of implementation and that many steps lie ahead as the state moves forward. One aspect of the legislation that is already being implemented is a direction to the State Water Resources Control Board to develop flow criteria for the Delta ecosystem necessary to protect public trust resources. The Department of the Interior, on behalf of both the Fish and Wildlife Service and the Bureau of Reclamation, as well as the National Marine Fisheries Service, have submitted technical comments and will continue to participate as the State Board moves forward to carry out this important directive. A central component of the legislation, which you have discussed, is the establishment of the Delta Stewardship Council. Two sections of the legislation address the federal relation to the Council. The legislation directs the Council to appropriately engage the participation of the federal agencies with responsibilities in the Delta, and to consult with federal agencies with responsibilities in the Delta as the Council develops the Delta Plan. This recognition of a federal role is warranted in light of the very substantial activities and engagement of federal agencies that affect and are affected by the Delta. These include the water quality responsibilities of the Environmental Protection Agency, the species protection mandates of the Fish and Wildlife Service and the National Marine Fisheries Service, the operation of the Central Valley Project by the Bureau of Reclamation, and the permitting responsibilities of the Corps of Engineers. At this time, we cannot define the precise mechanisms the federal role will take as the Council begins its work. Federal agencies are, of course, constrained, as are the resources of state agencies. However, once it is constituted, it is our intention to work with the Council and its staff to develop the most efficient and effective mechanisms to incorporate constructive federal participation. In closing, I want to underscore the federal commitment to work closely with our state counterparts to achieve the goals of the state legislation. Strong relationships already exist among the various agencies, both at the staff level and with agency heads. We will continue and hope to strengthen our partnership on these very important issues. Thank you, and I'd be glad to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much for your presentation in this informational hearing. Questions by members of the committee? Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Nawi, you touched a little bit on the San Joaquin Valley, specifically down in the Fresno region. About 9 months ago, Secretary Ken Salazar attended a town hall meeting in Fresno, and the Two-Gate project, the Two-Gate experiment require more study. Why does the Two-Gate experiment require more study on the issue of turbidity when the Interior Secretary Ken Salazar committed to moving on this project immediately after the town hall meeting in Fresno about 9 months ago? And why is turbidity well enough understood to impose burdens on the project under the biological opinions, but not enough to try to proactively provide a benefit to the species and hopefully improve operational conditions?
Thank you for the question. The Two Gates project, based on Secretary Salazar's commitment, was put on a very fast track. Agency people were working not 24 hours a day, but as long as they could, and weekends, to expedite the review and permitting of the project. It was originally conceived of as a hydrological project. It became a biological project intended based on the relationships between delta smelt and turbidity to provide further information as to whether the project, if installed, would allow greater exports. I want to stress that the project was conceived of as an experimental project for 5 years only. As the project went forward, substantial scientific questions were raised. Numerous scientists looked at the project. There was an independent scientific review commissioned by I think the Cal Fed Science Program or the Interagency Ecological Program. Academic scientists at UC Davis looked at this project, and there was a universal consensus that the scientific underpinnings for the project were not well enough understood to allow it prudently to go forward. The project was originally proposed to cost $29 million, later went up to $45 million, and the last estimate was $80 million. In a letter from the Bureau of Reclamation, the lead agency for the project, in late September, the Bureau of Reclamation stated that the project, in fact, was not scientifically certain enough to go forward at that time, but that it would continue to be evaluated. It is mentioned in the federal work plan from December, and as I understand it, meetings continue to take place between Metropolitan Water District of Southern California, the primary sponsor of the project, and the Bureau of Reclamation.
Do you have a quick follow-up question?
Very, very quickly. In the meantime, as you're well aware, on the west side of the valley, we're looking at everything we can possibly do down there to get water to a dying agricultural community. I mean, that is putting people out of work, putting us more dependent on a foreign food supply, which we don't want to go to, and quite frankly, we need everything that can be done by the administration to help us in that valley to get our agriculture community on its feet.
Yes, that has been well recognized by the department. The department is very much aware at the highest levels of the economic dislocation that has taken place, particularly on the west side of the valley where the most junior water rights holders are. The department is doing everything it can to provide for this water year a sustainable water supply that will ameliorate many of those activities, many of those effects, rather. And recently, the department, in a letter that went out, I believe, as late as yesterday or Friday, committed to updating a water supply allocation the week of March 15th, and it was stated in the letter that that water supply allocation will increase above the allocation that was recently announced. In addition, the department is looking at taking supplemental actions beyond the CVP allocation to address those issues as well.
Assemblymember Caballero, followed by Senator Wolk.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Gilmore, for asking the questions, and I want to thank you, Mr. Nawi, for the information in regards to a new letter going out. Thankfully, it's been a wetter year than previous years, and thankfully, it looks like we're going to have a fairly good snowpack, so that the water allocation issues becomes critical. What I want to highlight is my concern that if we're going to work together with the federal government and the state government, that it really be work together and do things hand in hand. I went back to Washington, D.C., I want to say the latter part of September, at the request of the Speaker to speak specifically with the administration in regards to projects that we could work on together. At that time, it was very clear to me that the Two Gates project was a priority, and it's for that reason that funding was included, $28 million in our package in November. So there was some miscommunication from September if the decision was made that further research was needing, and I want to commend the need and the emphasis on good scientific data, because that's what I want to see us do, is use real good data in our decisions and attempt to protect the Delta and to bring back species. But it would have been helpful for us, I think, if we had known that the administration was backing off that, because it came somewhat as a shock to hear in January that that was a project that was no longer at the top of the list in terms of priorities. And given that, it took some heavy lifting to get that to be one of the priorities in our package of bills. It's important, I think, that we continue to communicate if we're really going to get something done, because I was under the impression that we're going to move forward with Two Gates, and was not happy to hear that it was off the table and that there was no other plan. And it looks like because of Mother Nature, we may get the allocation that we need to revive the economy on the west side of the valley. But I think it ends up being happenstance, and that's not the way I like to see us work.
Thank you. And yes, the communication on that, no doubt, could have been better. I would point out that as a result of the scientific investigations into the Two Gates project, the United States Geological Survey has become much more involved in these issues. In fact, one of the USGS people was responsible for initiating the idea that led to Two Gates. USGS conducted a very limited trawl study that looked at the relationship between delta smelt and turbidity. I believe it was in late January. That provided very good information that was done in connection with the Department of Fish and Game, our state partners, and we are looking at those issues on a scientific basis, and will continue to do so.
All right. Senator Bulk.
Thank you. Mr. Now, I wanted to first thank you for being here. I wanted to ask your perspective on the involvement of the local land use permitting authorities in the BDCP and in the process generally. And sort of from your perspective, from your federal perspective of other major restoration efforts throughout the country. We heard Secretary Snow say he's meeting with the 5 counties individually, but there was no discussion of any formal structured participation in the planning and decision making that's going on. I'm wondering if you could give me your perspective on how the local land use permitting authorities can be incorporated into into this process.
Thank you, Senator.
And the desirability of doing it, if you think so.
My understanding is that the Delta counties and other jurisdictions have chose early on not to be involved in the steering committee of BDCP because of some of the constraints in the planning agreement. Right. That being said, I think we are all very much aware of the strong interest the Delta has, counties and cities and others in the Delta have, on how the BDCP moves forward. I met personally with representatives of the 5 Delta counties roughly a month or so ago. Additionally, there are 3 federal lead agencies for the environmental impact statement, environmental impact report that is being prepared on the BDCP. Under the federal law, we think that there is the likelihood that if the Delta counties and cities choose to be cooperating agencies in the creation and development of the environmental impact statement, they would meet the criteria for cooperating agencies. A letter went out from the federal side some weeks ago, or maybe a week or 2 ago, to the counties and cities advising them of this, and they have the opportunity to request consideration for cooperating agency status. I think that would be very helpful for them and for the process. And as the process of going forward with the BDCP goes forward, admittedly, the Delta interests are not on the steering committee, but there will be transparency and further opportunities for the local land use agencies to participate.
Any other questions? I just had one, Mr. Nawi, first, let me start off by thanking you very much for your attendance and your comments relating directly to how we can partner together. And do you have a model that's been working in other states regarding federal participation in decision-making processes? I mean, does the Coastal Zone Management Act work, or is there some other things you'd like us to think about in the next several months?
Something, Chair Pavley, for you to think about, and I think us on the federal side to think about, and something I'm really not familiar with, but I need to think about. I understand that the Chesapeake Bay and or the Everglades could provide a model we could look at for ideas as to how this can move forward together.
It's something I know we need to take care of in the long run. Again, thank you very much for your participation, and we'll move on to our next speaker, Karen Scarborough, who's Undersecretary for the California Natural Resources Agency. And you've probably been very busy as you're heading up the BDCP.
It's always a nice opportunity, though, to come over here and speak to you about it. So thank you for that opportunity, both chairs. And it's my understanding you would like to hear further the relationship of the Bay Delta Conservation Plan,
Right.
which we lovingly call the BDCP, to the Delta Package. As you've heard from the prior speakers, the Secretary and Joe Grindstaff, this is a very big priority for the administration. So as the Undersecretary of the Resource Agency and the Chair of the BDCP, we do stay quite busy, but that's because it is an immense priority. We are putting due diligence and focusing our not only our monetary resources, but our people resources on accomplishing these tasks in an expeditious way as well. The BDCP, as you know, started very similar in timing of the Delta Vision Blue Ribbon Task Force. So as the Delta Vision Blue Ribbon Task Force looked at the larger, bigger Delta, the BDCP was tasked with explicitly looking for federal and state Endangered Species Act take authority. And with that, it's the intention of getting a permit in hand for a specified list of covered activities and an identified list of covered species within a geographic scope. So we are a subset of the larger whole of the Delta that the Delta Vision and now the Council and the Conservancy are in charge of implementing. So from within that perspective, we identified an NCCP, as you have acknowledged as well, us needing to be, from a state statute, a higher conservation standard than an HCP, a habitat conservation plan, and are looking to accomplish that, not only with including stakeholders around a table, calculating starting in April of 2006, we've had no less than actually more than 500 meetings since now and then. We meet every other Friday, and all of the meetings are open to the public. We've invited stakeholders at the table, but also have numerous working groups, and all of the work and work products are up on the web and are available for public review on the website. But from that stakeholder perspective, additionally, to accomplish an NCCP statutory bar, we also are looking at the comprehensive nature of an ecosystem instead of just looking at water operations and fish species and the impacts of those two. We are incorporating habitat restoration, and additionally other stressors. So the many various aspects within the ecosystem that have not been looked at prior to now, we are incorporating, and hopefully what will turn into being a new understanding and a new look at the ecosystem that is existing. With the outcome still being the balance of a reliable water supply and a healthy, sustainable ecosystem. So from a BDCP perspective, there are many issues that are have been identified within our schedule. You've asked me to identify starting in April. We captured the essence of what we were attempting to do in a planning agreement that was signed at the end of 2006. At the end of 2007, we had points of agreement that identified a very large directive arrow that we were heading toward, dual conveyance being the most promising approach. That was a very large step. At the end of 2007, we had a framework for an overview of a conservation strategy, which was essentially our Chapter 3 of our document that'll end up being 9 chapters. And then at the end of last year and the beginning of this year, we've identified more specificity for the aspects captured in that Chapter 3 to be put into a full effects analysis that was initiated at the beginning of last month. So throughout the spring and the summer, we're going to be refining the language of each of the text of each of the chapters that are posted on our website. all 9 chapters as we head toward through the end of the summer, the beginning of the fall, identifying a draft BDCP for the fall that captures the iterative learning that we will have done from the full effects analysis on the implications of hydrology and biology on near-term, long-term operations, the habitat, other stressors, as it gets captured as our conservation strategy within a plan by the fall. And then through continued coordination with our federal partners and all of the partners around the table, including the stakeholders, we hope to have a draft administrative draft of the environmental impact report and statement by the end of this year, and then hand in hand with the plan and the EIR moving out next year sometime. So our schedule has been notoriously aggressive. It continues to be so, with the goal of having a draft BDCP by the fall of this year. As it relates to the coordination with our adjacent or our sister and brother agencies, we have the State Water Board sitting as an ex officio member at the steering committee, as we do the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, the Bureau, Department of Water Resources. It is the attempt through the stakeholder engagement at the steering committee to partner with the Water Board, but also Fish and Game, as the in-stream flow issues as identified in the legislation and as your direction fit within our existing understanding and information, but also Fish and Game being an integral part of our process, and also the State Board's process. I think we've identified their conclusion in anticipation in August would be perfectly timed for our incorporating the learning from that in our September document. The funding for all of this is separate state water program dollars. The state water contractors pay for our consultant SAIC for putting together the plan, dollars for the DHCCP, Delta Habitat Coordination and Conservation Program, which is the EIR-EIS. We have a very small portion of public outreach that actually from a federal Section 6 grant. And then Fish and Game has some separate proposition monies that are identified for the helpful use of, or for the use of the fish agencies to be helpful in this process. So there are several different sources, but the vast majority of the work for the consultant creating the plan and then the EIR-EIS come from separate or special funds from the State Water Project. So I will leave my comments brief. I could answer any questions, but at this time I hope to have covered all of your questions.
Thank you very much for that overview and questions. I know Assemblymember Huffman had several.
Thank you. So I have an initial question about the purpose and needs statement that really got BDCP started several years ago when it was published in the Federal Register. And my understanding is that a purpose and needs statement states that the goal of the project is to restore and protect the ability of the state and federal projects to deliver up to full contract amounts. That was a couple years ago. Since then, we have the new legislation last year that includes a new state policy to reduce dependence on the Delta. And so my question for you is, have you considered revising the purpose and needs statement, and how do you reconcile a purpose and needs statement that speaks only to full contract deliveries when we now have a state policy codified to reduce Delta dependence?
Well, with our partner David Nowie here, I might turn to him to add as well, but ultimately if the words were up to, it doesn't designate that it has to be full capacity, and the ranges that we have put in for full effects, actually the numbers we have put in has a range, and so we have not identified the amount as such to date. Whether the PNN is required to be reissued, I would defer to a legal interpretation of that, and I can get back to you on that. I'm not sure if Mr. Nowie wants to have input but we can get back to the need to modify that. But the wording of it, in my understanding, would embrace the modification up to, but doesn't have to deliver full amount.
Okay. I think we would be interested in the latest thinking as to whether any modification of that original purpose and needs statement is being considered. So thank you very much for that. I want to ask you about demand management. Is BDCP including demand management actions and development of alternative water supplies as part of its analysis? And if not, why are those actions being excluded? And how will demand management actions, or the lack of them outside of the BDCP, be factored in when you're considering the extent to which BDCP contributes to water supply goals of the Comprehensive Delta Plan? Does that question make sense?
It does, and with Director Cowan here, from a Department of Water Resources perspective, he may want to add in as well or be speaking to that in his opening comments. But from a BDCP perspective, we're looking at what the State Water Project can deliver. And the Department of Water Resources, as the applicant, says to BDCP, this is the goal to deliver. From a demand management perspective, I understand the State Water Plan has many other things identified, which is conservation and desalinization and many other things, so I would defer to Department Director Cowan. But ultimately, from a BDCP perspective, it's understanding what can be delivered in balance and in coordination with understanding the need for a healthy ecosystem as well.
So I think I understand you to be saying that the focus is on the water supply piece of BDCP is 100% on Delta water exported, and that BDCP is not the forum where other supplies and other water management strategies would be considered. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I've got a few questions about the schedule and how it relates to some things that we put in place in last year's legislation. And we've spoken about this offline, but we have a set of flow criteria that are specifically intended by the legislature to inform your planning decisions in BDCP. Those flow criteria will not be finished until August, as I understand it. We've also got the Department of Fish and Game developing some criteria and biological objectives, and my understanding is those won't be completed until November. Both of those rather critical foundational elements, I think, for a good BDCP. I'm troubled when I see a schedule that calls for a draft BDCP to be issued concurrently, if not in advance of some of these critical milestones. And so it immediately begs the question of how do you intend to meaningfully integrate, consider, much less integrate, the work that the State Water Board and the Department of Fish and Game is going to be doing on these new assignments we've given them in the legislation when you have a deadline that appears to fall well before their work will be finished.
I think it's our intention, I don't think I know, it's our intention to incorporate all of those work products. It's not as if we don't talk with them as they're creating them, and it's an integral, iterative, ongoing, starting months ago, as soon as the legislation was complete. Fish and Game has been in the process and is at the table and at many, many meetings every week, and we continue to engage with them, as with the State Water Board. So it's not as if we're going to wait to talk to them in August when they have their conclusory summary report of what they've done. But ultimately, our schedule, I'm not sure that this is the first I've heard November, but we're working in an ongoing basis with Fish and Game, and so we will make sure that our document appropriately contains the work products of our agencies and departments.
So I think I hear you saying you're counting on them to tell you their conclusions as they develop them, rather than getting the final conclusions and then considering them and integrating them. Is that?
Both. Ultimately, we would like to be informed as they come to their conclusions, but there are many pieces and players to this, and we hope that they would continue to engage with us as their partners as they pursue their deadlines for you.
Why is BDCP so fixated on a draft plan by the end of this year? I know it happens to coincide with the administration leaving office, and that's probably of some importance to some people, but given that we have these pretty critical elements of what BDCP needs to consider that don't necessarily align with that schedule, why the rush to get the draft plan out concurrently with the development of these things?
I think if...
and I say that in part because this is a 50-year process, so BDCP is intended to be a permit for the next 50 years.
I think it was Secretary Snow who said that this has been more than 50 years in coming. And understanding the water legislative package that you all put together, it was imperative that it happen. I think there is a sense in the room, actually the BDCP room, with 30 people around the table, 100 people in the room. How long can you keep up the momentum to accomplish a goal is the challenge. And so as the chair of a group that needs to accomplish a task, keeping a close watch on the people who are at the table, because people represent their organizations. People have time frames and windows of ability, and the time is now. If it stretches too long, you lose the support around a table where agreements have to be reached. Trust has been built, and keeping a rigorous schedule. If you understand how to meet a deadline, often work doesn't get done until you're at the deadline. And so from a project management perspective, identifying milestones and deadlines and accomplishing them has worked for the past 3 years. We have not veered off of anything that needs to be done. It's iterative, and we will do what needs to be done, and the schedule will be modified if it's required. But so keeping the pace and keeping a positive attitude on being able to accomplish a goal within a time frame that you can see at the horizon that is doable with the people at the existing table is how I would respond to your question on the aggressive schedule.
Yeah. One of the other questions I have has to do with the alternatives that you're considering as part of BDCP, and the legislation was fairly specific in that regard. It requires that you look at a full range of flow criteria, operational criteria, and design alternatives. That includes different capacities and alignments, including reduced delta exports scenarios. And so could you describe, please, what are the scenarios that you're looking at? And if I could be even more specific, what are the sizes of the facilities that are currently under consideration, and what types of facilities?
Well, for within BDCP, we look and do not have yet the alternatives to take. Within the EIR, there are alternatives that the EIR will explore. And all of the alternatives that are identified in the legislation will be incorporated in the EIR. Currently, as we speak, there's discussion within the DHCCP team and the EIR team, which is separate from BDCP, what those alternatives will be, how they'll be screened, and ultimately what will make it into the plan. So I'm not prepared right now, but can come back to, and actually it doesn't exist. We're formulating it as we speak, but assured that everything in the legislation will be identified within the EIR, EIS, and then through the screening criteria, we'll make sure that that'll be the determining factor on what will actually go in the report and statement.
Well, I guess I don't draw a distinction between the EIR and the BDCP, because you're going to have to pass CEQA and NEPA muster to get to the finish line with this package of projects. So who do I ask about what facilities, what sizes, how they'll be operated, the alternatives that surely must be fairly well developed by now if we're going to have any semblance of keeping to the deadline you just described?
BDCP has explored over the past 4 years many, 16, I think we had alternatives in our conservation strategy of the discussion of 2007, which came up with our 4 for our options evaluation in 06 and then 07. So there's lots of paper that from BDCP on the web that I can describe for you in further detail. I'm not sure if you want to do that here right now, but that is a separate process from what will be captured in an EIR and an EIS. It's a definitively different process. So sizes and types and varieties have been explored from above ground, underground, to the right, to the left, to the east, to the west, how big, how small, and actually an optimization. The current and most recent thinking from a steering committee conversation of January is that further investigation and further knowledge and further understanding needs to be explored on a below ground option. And so that has what in January was discussed and needed further detail. In addition, in January, the steering committee requested for within an optimization report to hear back on options for a variety of sizes, and is it 1 or is it 2 or 3, and how big or how small, and depending on gravity feed or friction flow, how big, and to optimize cost. Sequencing, do you build 2 together, or is it 1 and then turn around and do the other one? So we've been exploring. We have not been presented the response to that request that we made in January, but we expect it within the next couple of months to return back to the steering committee.
Specifically, are there any alternatives still under consideration that utilize conveyance facilities of less than 15,000 CFS?
What we're looking at for our operations is what the applicant has requested to be delivered from this permit. And so ultimately how we deliver that through the optimization will be afforded the looks at the options, yes. And as a part of the EIR, a reduced alternative will definitely be a part of the EIR.
Just another quick question. Who's going to select the preferred alternative?
Ultimately, in the way that BDCP is arranged currently, it'll be a request before the steering committee to see if there's general concurrence from every stakeholder around that table. If the steering committee can concur, then it moves forward from there.
Okay, and
the proposed project within
concurrence
the BDCP.
is this. What is concurrence? I mean, is this complete consensus of the steering committee? Is this a majority vote? Is this
Concurrence means concur, that generally you look around the table and you understand if there is a trepidation or a concern, that we actually have that noted and understood. If there
who
is
decides that? When you look around the table, who's deciding trepidation?
The chair looks to every member of the steering committee to see if there's trepidation. And when some is noted, it's requested that they articulate it in a way that constructively contributes to modifying what's on the table to take care of their issue in a way that the proposal can be modified to move forward, incorporating their concern.
Who will be the applicant, the project applicant?
The applicant is DWR.
Okay.
Partnering with the Bureau of Reclamation. Ultimately, the potentially regulated entities, or the PREs, are a construct of the applicant as well. The applicant, and Director Cowan can respond to that as well. But if, in the absence of the steering committee concurring, the PREs or the applicant would ultimately decide.
Okay, last question. Our legislation requires a governance structure that includes transparent, real-time operational decision-making process in which the fishery agencies ensure that applicable biological performance measures are achieved in a timely manner with respect to water project operations. So what is the current governance structure for BDCP that is intended to achieve that type of transparent, real-time decision-making process in which the fisheries agencies are integrally involved?
Currently, we have not been presented a proposal that concurrence has been requested on. We have focused on our January decisions, which needed to be made in order to initiate the full effects analysis in the spring, and through the summer we'll be refining our governance proposal, but definitely to be in compliance with statutory requirements as we understand them.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Senator Volk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a couple questions. We know that the BDCP overlaps the 5 counties, and and the BDCP is supposed to be an NCCP at this point. So, with each of the counties having a HCP in some form or another, or in some stage of completion, how are you going in the timeline that was talked about? How are you going to be able to integrate those 5 plans with the NCCP?
Similar to Secretary Snow, in meeting with them frequently, and the prior Secretary Chrisman, we've had an ongoing conversation with the HCP, NCCP components of each of the counties. For the past 3 years, quarterly, there's been conversations with each of them collectively as a group. Now individually, and more specifically, the Department of Fish and Game, and Director McCammon can speak to you about that as well, has been getting down at a more staff level, sharing and understanding existing plans with what BDCP is expecting. At our steering committee on Thursday, we have more information that is newer and fresher and more detailed that the counties have really been needing to see exactly what BDCP is thinking and proposing. Because as we move from conceptual conservation strategy to on-map implications, it's easier to talk around a table over maps and understanding the implications of the existing plans. Those conversations are happening now. Additionally, we're implementing a more tiered touch on how to interface with the counties. Elected officials, HCPs, often separate through a JPA, or potentially those elected officials, and then staff. So that not one meeting with the state and BDCP, but staff level understanding, and then an interim NCCP or HCP coordination, and then, as the Secretary stated, a higher level elected official contact. So trying to touch in many different levels and stay connected with the detail.
Okay. Perhaps you didn't hear my comment earlier, my question earlier to the Secretary. I received a letter from Solano County that says basically that the Department of Fish, they put their HCP on hold because Department of Fish and Game doesn't staff or participate. So I think there's a real disconnect here between what you think what you think you need in order to have a good BDCP versus what's really going on at the local level, and that is not very structured integration of the land use planning efforts that are happening on the ground. That's just a comment.
And
frankly.
Secretary Snow said he would not been aware. I was not aware of that letter either, so we do need to understand that. It's been my understanding, though, that we have had ongoing conversations with them, so we will try to get the latest and greatest.
Okay. Just a comment. I appreciated the Chair Huffman's questioning of Ms. Scarborough. I think, especially with regard to the timeline issue, one of the things that has always been of concern to me is that the Stewardship Council truly has to be independent and has to be transparent. And by creating this, what I think is an artificial timeline and a pressure to push this forward, we keep putting the non-appointed yet council in a very difficult position. If we expect them to be independent and we expect them to be transparent, there's a whole lot that's already been done, and that the table is set. So it just puts them, I think, in a very, very difficult position if we're looking for a council that's supposed to have it's supposed to be the core of the good governance for this part of the region for the future. So that's just my concern, that there's an artificial rush to judgment here that they will have very little say over ultimately, and that's not a good thing in an area that is full of distrust on so many areas. Anyway, thanks. That doesn't.
That was a statement. That was a statement. And she feels better having done that. No, but it's an ongoing issue and relevant to the timeline. I just want to clear this up. So you're waiting for the flow criteria report that comes out in August. Fish and Game reviews, that'll come out in September. The BDCP can't be finally adopted or any construction begin until a full EIS and EIR is approved and certified. Correct?
Correct.
There's a long, as we know, built-in time period on review with the EIR and EIS.
Yes.
So the timeline on that is sometime in 2011?
The final
EIR and EIS and an examination of all the alternatives?
Potentially 2012.
So all of 2011.
We're still working on those dates. As partners, we're trying to unpack each of the milestones and put reality on it and understand what kind of date we're looking at for the final.
And one other question, just to clear it up for my own clarification. How many people in the Natural Resources Agency are currently working on the BDCP?
In the agency?
Yeah. Resource Agency. Do you have any?
Just partially? Or full-time?
Considerable, significant amount of their time?
The Secretary spends his time currently now, Secretary Snow, and myself. Communications comes into play when that legislation comes into play when that. So from an agency perspective, as it relates to legislation, all of the agency people at some juncture in their day thinks about it, and then we have.
And then you have the authority to hire consultants.
The resource agency is not within the department.
The DWR has that authority to hire consultants that are usually paid for by
State Water Project funds.
State Water Project funds,
yes.
Not from. When you talked about special funds, what was that?
Special, meaning general and special. Special meaning state water
non-general.
Non-general, I should have said, yes.
Not by contractors.
Correct.
Okay. All right. I want to thank you for your comments and presentation. And Chair Huffman, I think this might be a topic we should re-explore maybe later on this spring. See how we're doing and moving forward.
I agree. I think several members are concerned with how we're going to reconcile the administration's calendar, and I understand politics and other considerations that might drive that with the science that's going to take its own course, and the science needs to be paramount in this process, so it's important that we check in.
All right. Thank you very much, Karen. Appreciate it. Next up, the Director, Department of Fish and Game. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Chairman Pavley and Chairman Huffman. I'll try and
I have
incorporate...
down about 5 minutes for you. That's all right, because somehow the questions are the longer part of your presentation.
And I notice I already got a number of questions that were thrown my way.
Did the wardens provide you a flak jacket for all of that?
Yeah. That was so I'll try and address those questions as I understood them as I go through my remarks. Department of Fish and Game has a trustee and regulatory responsibility and role in the Delta for ecosystem restoration, environmental permitting, and coordinated planning activities. As such, we're charged under the subject legislation to work closely with the Commission, the Fish and Game Commission, and the Delta Conservancy and Delta Stewardship Council. Even without the legislation, we have significant ongoing activities in the Delta that require those relationships, including a newly reorganized Bay Delta region, focusing departmental efforts in the 9-county Bay Delta area, the creation of a water branch to focus largely on in-stream flow-related issues and BDCP. In addition, we have a focused enforcement called the Delta Bay Enhanced Enforcement Project, and why they put Delta Bay, I don't know. It's DBEEP is the acronym for it, funded through the State Water Project 4 Pumps Agreement, a specialized wildlife laboratory, a 9-agency interagency ecological program focusing on monitoring and original science concerning the health of Delta species, and an ecological restoration program, a grant effort to enhance Delta estuary and its tributaries, and many other focused in the support of Delta conservation. Currently, populations of longfin and Delta smelt remain at historic low levels based on our counts. Similar trends are often seen for the 2 other pelagic species in the Delta, threadfin shad and young striped bass. Delta smelt are listed as endangered under CISA and threatened under the Federal Endangered Species Act, and the Fish and Game Commission did vote to list longfin smelt as threatened. In addition, winter run salmon are listed as endangered and spring run as threatened under California Endangered Species Act. Winter run salmon are listed as endangered under the Federal Act, and spring run Central Valley steelhead and green sturgeon are listed as threatened under the Federal Act. Fall run salmon returns are at an all-time low. That's the harvestable bread and butter salmon return. This year's run is 39,500, which is much less than the 66,000 returns last year and well below the conservation floor of 122,000 to 180,000. Based upon the proportion of 2-year-old fish returns as a proportion of that total population, NOAA has projected a return of 245,000 fish in the fall of this year. There's some significant degree of skepticism regarding these numbers, like by factors of 2/3. And so the Pacific Fishery Management Council is meeting all this week here in Sacramento, and we'll be considering options which may allow ocean and in-river commercial and recreational salmon fisheries or may not, and that, frankly, that discussion is hot and heavy.
And the skepticism, Director McCammon, is that the same models predicted many more fish last year than actually showed up? Is that fair?
The skepticism is when you have such low numbers, it's difficult to use the same proportional analysis as you do when you have large numbers. So. Litigation related to the federal biological opinions for Delta smelt and spring and winter run Chinook could affect current authorizations under the California Endangered Species Act for the State Water Project. Court decisions regarding elements of the biological opinion could result in nullification of the current California Endangered Species Act consistency determinations and the need for new CISA permits. Decisions will be made by the courts in as early as late March and as late as May. It's important to note that during the recent 2-week period, when a federal judge in effect waived one of the requirements in the biological opinion, in a biological opinion, the Department of Water Resources remained in compliance with the opinions due to the state CISA requirements. We are working with the Department of Water Resources in advance of potential changes in order to be able to provide continued coverage under the California Act. Current litigation in state court related to the California Endangered Species Act authorization for the State Water Project is on hold. Discussions have occurred today regarding the Delta in-stream flow requirements. The flow criteria We're working with the State Water Resources Control Board to develop their flow criteria for August 2010. The department will develop flow criteria and quantifiable biological objectives for the Delta by the end of the year under this statute, in addition to completing in-stream flow studies for high-priority rivers and streams in the Delta watershed by 2018, the larger scientific project. The staff in our water branch who are working on both BDCP and in-stream flow requirements are compiling that information as they go, and they have been for several months. So there's a great deal of that work has been presented to the State Water Board, and now we'll kind of inform the decision making in both BDCP and for our in-stream flow requirements. The in-stream flow criteria and biological objectives will be based on the best available science and include information contained in existing recovery plans. NOAA has several draft recovery plans out there as an example. Peer-reviewed research and previous water rights testimony. Species covered by the biological objectives and flow criteria will include delta species such as longfin and delta smelt and other commercial and recreational species, including striped bass. We will involve the National Marine Fisheries Service and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service in compilation of the data and in review of our recommendations. So it will be a fisheries agency joint proposal. We have recently submitted our suggestions for flow criteria to the Water Board, and will participate in the informational proceedings as they develop over the next several months. Approximately $1 million and 3 positions have been requested to complete the new in-stream flow criteria requirements, one of the items that was before the Budget Committee, and to be used to participate in the flow criteria requirements for BDCP. The purpose of the Bay Delta Conservation Plan is to create a stable regulatory framework to both conserve at-risk native species and natural communities in the Delta and provide water supply reliability for people. We will be the permitting agency in the Bay Delta Conservation Plan under the Natural Communities Conservation Planning Act. The processes used to date to develop the BDCP are consistent with and conform to the requirements and the guidance provided by the Department for compliance with the Natural Communities Conservation Planning Act. In addition, while we can't be pre-decisional, we are actively participating in the steering committee and with the consultants and within work groups to ensure that the necessary elements of the BDCP conform to the NCCPA. So we're working to ensure that that goal is maintained. Our goal of participation is similar in this and all other NCCP efforts, where we are at the table actively engaged to ensure that it complies with the Act. We want to ensure that the product that comes to us for permitting at the end of the day will comply with the requirements of the Act in both the statutory requirements and the guidance that the Department provides. Through our involvement in the Bay Delta Conservation Plan, we will be working to ensure that the final plan is consistent with the in-stream flow criteria developed under SB1 as well. We're working closely with the Delta Independent Science Board to ensure that, which is now the CalFed Board, or was, to ensure that the best available science is applied in the development of the Bay Delta Conservation Plan, and that plan may ultimately become an integral component of the comprehensive Delta Plan. Question about our ecosystem restoration program. We've been discussing with the executive director, the acting executive director of the Delta Stewardships Council, the role of that ecosystem restoration plan and its location. The kind of temporary decision until a panel is in place is that the Department of Fish and Game will maintain that responsibility and continue to administer the ERP program to provide for early implementation of restoration actions in the Delta and provide consistency with the history of the CalFed process. We would like to ensure that the Delta Stewardship Council incorporates the CalFed Ecosystem Restoration Program into Stage 1 evaluation and the Stage 2 conservation strategy for the Delta and Sassoon Marsh into the comprehensive plan that as the biological component. So there's a goal of a plan that we've been working on for years as part of the CalFed process, becoming a part of the biological goals of the Stewardship Council's efforts. That we believe is consistent with ensuring that there's continuity in the science. with that, I'm open to questions.
Thank you, Director McCammon. A couple of questions from the chair, and then I see some committee members have some as well. So my first question is about the Department's development of flow criteria and quantifiable biological objectives. Is it fair to assume that those are going to be numeric criteria?
At the end of the day, at the end of the year, yes, it's our intention to have numeric, measurable biological goals and objectives.
Okay. And I want to ask you about CISA in particular. You mentioned that you described the predicament that the Department of Water Resources is potentially in if the federal biological opinions are invalidated, and that provides the foundation for DWR's CISA permit, and that you intend to, correct me if I'm wrong, but you intend to remain vigilant and make sure that CISA permit, some type of CISA permit is sought and obtained in that scenario. But I want to ask you about the federal project, because my understanding of reclamation law is that for the past 100 years or so, the Central Valley Project has operated and has had to operate in compliance with state water laws. And certainly something like a very specific flow requirement to be maintained in Old and Middle River to protect listed species would appear to be the type of restriction that not just DWR, but its federal partner would have to comply with under state law and by extension under reclamation law. What are your thoughts about a CISA permit for the federal project?
Yeah, we exert jurisdiction over that. So we do claim that they must comply with our permit requirements. They, of course, claim supremacy, although there is a conformance requirement that reclamation law contains. So how that'll play out when push comes to shove at the end of the day, I don't know. But so far, we're all talking well together.
Okay, but they're proceeding in violation of the biological opinion, or at least they were for a short period of time.
They did for a short period of time, under the direction of a judge. Yes, a federal judge.
Sounds like we've got some work to do there. Yeah. Yes, Senator Huff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Director, through the Delta Vision and the Bay Delta Conservation Plan processes, it's become increasingly clear and accepted that along with some impacts of the project, other stressors have major impacts on the Delta system, stressors including quality of the water discharges, diversions, illegal diversions, but also the predatory fish. Mm-hmm. Your own experts, fish and game experts, recently went on record as stating that impact that the striped bass were taking, or eating as we commonly call it, is somewhere in the neighborhood of 10 to 50% of the salmon and smelt moving through the Delta. I hope we can agree that at the lower end, at 10%, that's a significant issue. At the higher end, 50% or 25 to 50% is a huge issue. And the question is, what's your department doing about that?
There was a presentation by a number of by the Federal National Marine Fisheries Commission agency to the Fish and Game Commission last week about their findings relative to predation. And I must say that the science is somewhat equivocal. There's arguments on both sides of this. And the commission determined to proceed to consider rulemaking relative to striped bass. So they have given direction to staff to develop policies for their consideration to reduce the predation risk associated with striped bass. I must say that the department, since we're in a lawsuit associated with that, did not participate in that conversation. It was between the federal NOAA biologist and the commission.
What keeps you from taking off the size and bag limit right now on the striped bass?
That I think, in essence, is what the commission decision to proceed is. It takes 3 hearings to go through that process. They have to take in public testimony and make regulatory changes and go through the OAL process. But that is the process that they've initiated.
About how long does that take to get the 3 hearings?
Minimum of 3 months.
Okay. I mean, I love to fish for striped bass. They're very voracious and a great sport fish. However, I think they were planted in the first place, weren't they?
They were, some 130 years ago.
Yeah.
So.
All right, thank you. Well, just to follow up on that, will the department, in addition to sort of looking at the big picture numbers that we're hearing about striped bass predation, will the department zero in on whether there are specific predation traps that exist where the striped bass congregate because of the way we operate the water projects, and whether there may be some operational answers to the problem of predation as well?
Actually, we have some science going on about that right at the moment, and the concern is that we'll clean out the traps and they'll refill immediately with other stripers from the system. So there's, again, scientific debate about the efficacy of doing that. But we are looking to where the traps are. There's associated with the two gates issue, we looked at some trap issues, et cetera.
Sorry, Assemblymember Imana.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Very quickly, well, I was just going to say that it's a good thing we don't have Asian carp here. You know, we get kind of tired of being blamed for flu and all sorts of other things, but the Asian carp issue is reality, and I think has something to do with building conveyances with unintended consequences. So are you following the state of Illinois and all the, suits that are being filed interstate and intrastate about that?
I'm aware of it, and certainly invasives is a huge concern in this system, particularly because it's a very delicate system right at the moment.
Right.
And we're, the Lake Davis project that we were engaged in several years ago, that was specifically to protect this system.
Right.
And if an Asian carp occurs, we'll have that same kind of reaction.
We'll just have to find how to make sushi out of it. My actually question was, like I say, I have to keep up with Huffman and his jokes, is the acquisition of Prospect Island and how this all fits into this whole discussion. And, I know that Senator Wolk has more concerns, I think, about access and recreation. I think I have fewer of those concerns. But how does that fit into all this discussion that we've had thus far?
Yeah, thank you for the question.
Sure.
The acquisition of Prospect by DWR and Liberty Island by the Department of Fish and Game are kind of two steps in a I hate to call it pre-decisional. It's a
it's better pre-decisional than pre-delusional.
It's it's part of the requirement under the NOAA biological opinion to require some habitat improvements, and the acquisition of those properties will enable those efforts to begin early. They also fit into BDCP in the preliminary plans in BDCP, so it's
part of habitat restoration.
All wins.
Right.
So the determination was made to proceed based on that.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, Director McCammon. I don't see any other questions, so we're going to move on to Tom Howard from the State Water Resources Control Board. Welcome, Mr. Howard.
Thank you, Chair Huffman. I've been asked to discuss a couple of issues, specifically the Delta Flow Criteria development process and the Water Master hiring. So I'll start with the Delta Flow Criteria development. State Water Board's required to develop flow criteria for the Delta within 9 months of enactment of the Delta bills. And the State Water Board started moving aggressively to do just that as soon as the governor signed the legislation. We got out a notice of a proceeding. Since we were required to do a public process, we got out a notice of a proceeding on December 16th. We held a workshop on January 7th to let the stakeholders and the public comment on the process and schedule we had developed for the proceeding. We sent out a subsequent workshop notice after taking into account the comments that we received. We have 57 parties who filed notices of intent to appear, which is certainly a large group. We had all the parties were required to submit their exhibits to us by February 16th, and so all of the technical information that will be the basis for the board's decision is already at the board. It's been posted on the internet, and it's readily accessible to anyone that wants to look at it. We've tried to have a very truncated hearing procedure in which we're not going to have cross-examination or any of the bells and whistles that often cause these proceedings to extend for long periods of time, and so we allowed the parties to submit written questions for all of the technical testimony that was presented, and those written questions are due today, March 9th. The board has scheduled 3 days for the hearing on March 22nd, 23rd, and 24th, and our schedule calls for us to release on July 2nd the staff report and the flow criteria that are being recommended to the board, and the board will take it up at a regular board meeting on August 3rd. With respect to funding, the legislation required us to have the export water users pay for the proceeding, so we've developed cost estimates. The board has authorized us to execute contracts, and my understanding is the CVP and SWP Joint Powers Authority will be considering the costs that we've sent them at a meeting on March 19th. And we also have a reimbursement BCP before the legislature that's been prepared. I wanted to briefly point out related activities that the Water Board is already in the process of. Last year, the board finished what we characterize as a periodic review of the Water Quality Control Plan, in which they identified the parameters that they want the State Water Board staff to bring forward for update of the Water Quality Control Plan. We're presently in phase 1 of that process, in which we're developing flow criteria for the San Joaquin River as it enters the Delta, plus we're reviewing all the salinity objectives in the South Delta, which have been problematic for a long time. And we have a CEQA equivalent document that we're preparing for that will be completed by the end of this year. And the Water Board at the beginning of 2011 should be starting hearings on updating the flow criteria for the San Joaquin River and dealing with those Vernalis objectives. They've also asked to have pretty much all the other flow objectives in the Water Quality Control Plan reviewed. And the idea is to take that up as soon as we finish the San Joaquin River proceeding in early 2011, and it's our intent that the flow criteria that are being developed through this process will feed into that process to make enforceable flow numbers. We are working closely as well with Department of Fish and Game, and it's our intent that their criteria requirements and our criteria requirements will join up and be one. At least that's certainly our intent. The second thing you wanted to talk briefly about is the Delta Water Master. We've done everything we can to move forward the Delta Water Master hiring. We've prepared all the paperwork and we've sent it but there are 2 remaining steps that need to be completed. One, we have to have the Department of Personnel Administration approval of the salary that we've suggested for that position, so we have sent all that paperwork to DPA. And secondly, we are required to hire the Water Master in consultation with the Delta Stewardship Council, and as you know, that hasn't happened yet, so as soon as the council is appointed, we hope to be able to bring that issue before them. And those were the 2 issues I was asked to address. I'm ready for any questions.
Actually, if I may, Madam Chair, and I realize time and so forth, but on the Delta Water Master, you mentioned that the job description and so forth has already been prepared, and we know that there's interest all over. How are you going about advertising? Not that people in this room don't understand what the Water Master is and what he or she might do, but how are you recruiting for this? Who I call the Dalai Lama of the Delta. If we have the right Water Master, things may be in balance. But this has got to be a very, very special individual. Just wondered what your recruitment process has been.
Well, as soon as we have authority from DPA, we intend to send the paperwork out. I don't really think there's going to be any problem people finding the application. We certainly will post it in all of the usual places. We'll probably also send it to our entire Delta mailing list, which has several thousand parties. But like I said, I think that the word will certainly be around that the position is presently being considered for filling.
Just one follow-up. Do you expect many, I mean, what's your read out there? Do you expect dozens of applicants, a handful of applicants? Do you expect anybody to come from Asian carp land? I mean, do you have, how far and wide do you think this is actually going to pique interest?
I guess I don't have a good idea of that yet. We've certainly received maybe a dozen or so inquiries from people asking for when the position will be advertised, and so we're certainly keeping track of them, but I don't know. For all I know, there could be hundreds.
Yes, I have one question. I believe it's your agency that's responsible for hiring 25 employees for cracking down on illegal diversions of water. Where are we with that? Because it's been estimated 2 to 3 million acre-feet of water is illegally diverted upstream of the Delta. Critically important when we're measuring flow criteria and everything else. So I was wondering, since that was approved in the package, if those people have been hired and if they are at work. Cracking down on those water thieves.
Absolutely, it's important. We only received authority to hire after the legislation went into effect, from Department of Finance, so we got that authority about 2 or 3 weeks ago. All of the notices for the hiring have been prepared, and they will be on the street this month, but there hasn't been anyone specifically hired. I would like to point out, though, that the Water Board, over the last 6 months or so, has been investigating, because of the concerns regarding Delta diversions and illegal Delta diversions, has been investigating all the water rights on Union and Roberts Island as sort of a predecessor to what we consider to be some of the work that some of these enforcement staff will be doing. We investigated at this point 370 water diverters on those islands. We've issued 11 cease and desist orders, and we have a number of other cease and desist orders in the wings that we intend to issue. So while we haven't yet hired the people, we have started with some of our existing enforcement staff to try to get some of the work going in that area.
So with existing staff, you're able to move forward on cease and desist and other issues relating to those 2 islands?
Yes, and that was a lengthy investigation.
So what is the timeline? You're just starting notices of preparation, and I appreciate the fact that the bill just went into effect. Timeline for when those additional PYs would be employees and working.
Well, once we put out a notice, we would hope to start hiring within a few weeks. It depends on how many applicants we get and the interview process. But we would start hiring right away and start training them. That's what we'll probably be doing quite a bit of over the next few months.
So if someone asked me, I would tell them after the notice of preparation, which is a few weeks, and then perhaps interview and screening of people. Next few months would mean?
I think the first people that we would hire would probably about sometime in May would be starting to hit appear in the area.
All right. Well, I'm looking forward to monitoring their work, because it seems to be one of the less expensive ways to ensure there's adequate supply of water in the Delta. So thank you very much for that clarification. All right, 2 more panelists. Next up, we have Mark Cowan, Director, Department of Water Resources. Welcome. You're the new Mr. Snow.
Well, I won't claim that mantle just quite yet.
You'll have to work on the last name because it doesn't
Absolutely. I'm open to suggestions. Well, thank you, Chair Pavley, and I'll try to be as brief as I can here. Let me just start by, first of all, responding to a question that Chair Huffman asked of Undersecretary Scarborough about appropriate forums for addressing where demand management and all the various water management tools fit together towards water supply reliability. And let me just suggest that one very appropriate forum is the state's California Water Plan process. We are just about to publish the latest update of the California Water Plan. Of course, this happens on approximately a 5-year cycle. And we will immediately begin the new cycle for the next update of the water plan, which is scheduled for 2013. The water plan includes an exhaustive analysis of over 25 different water management strategies, groundwater management, conservation, recycling, all the various tools that go into creating a reliable water supply, and also makes estimates of just how much could be expected from each of those strategies. We also do assessments of demands and uses of water on regional bases throughout the state. And in the next update process, we hope to get even more specific about applying the various water management strategies to those regions and making better estimates of how they might actually work together in integrated regional water management plans to provide for a comprehensive, reliable water supply. So I would commend the water plan process as being a very appropriate forum for those types of discussions about how all of this fits together. Back to the agenda of the day. First of all, consistent with the department's broad water management mission, while we have an important supporting role in SB 1, we were given new direct responsibilities under, of course, SB 6 and SB 7, the Water Conservation and Groundwater Monitoring Bills. So that's where a lot of our new attention has been placed in the last couple of months. We are making good early progress. We've realigned some of our resources to be able to start moving on our new responsibilities under each of those bills. Those include setting up new protocols, new processes, reporting methods for local agencies, a lot of outreach to interested parties, and just how the bills will work and how we will develop the new protocols. As evidence of that, we have held, are in the process actually this week of holding 2 listening workshops on the water conservation bill in Southern California and here in Northern California, where we will be soliciting both concerns and suggestions on how we ought to move forward with those programs. We do have proposals in the governor's budget to permanently, well, not permanently, but at least for the next 3 or 4 years, fund both of those efforts with existing bond funds, so that will be an important component of us being able to move forward in a comprehensive way. But back to SB 1, obviously the department has great interest in success of this legislation. Undersecretary Scarborough already walked us through the BDCP effort. The department is an important contributor to that effort and will remain in that capacity. We're also required under SB 1 to undertake a variety of early actions. So let me just touch on a couple of those. First of all, of course, the Two Gates Fish Demonstration Project. Mr. Nowie already described the status of that project, so I won't reiterate. But we are also responsible for a variety of habitat restoration projects, including Dutch Slough, Prospect Island, and Means Landing. Let me just highlight the Dutch Slough restoration project since it is at a decision point now. This project is in eastern Contra Costa County, would restore something on the order of 1,100 acres of terrestrial and habitat for terrestrial and aquatic species, including spring and winter run Chinook salmon and Sacramento splittail. We are working cooperatively with DFG, the State Coastal Conservancy, and the local reclamation district to implement the project, and we will expect to certify and approve the Dutch Slough EIR by the end of March, so that's an important milestone. We expect that implementation of the project could begin as early as fall of 2011. With that, just as a couple of examples of the types of things we're doing right now, let me just conclude quickly by noting that in my first few weeks as director of the Department of Water Resources, I've certainly become witness and more aware than ever of the level of conflict that exists in the Delta today, as typified by a federal judge pretty much making real-time operation decisions for us at times during the course of the last month. Obviously, this is a tough situation for all interests in the Delta. We will continue to work as best we can to manage the crisis and further the co-equal goals that are specified and identified in SB 1. But it's clear to us that long-term solutions depend upon the success of the entire legislative package from 2009, and we'll do everything in our power to move it forward as expeditiously as we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you have questions? No. Just a follow-up question, which was generally on the topic you just discussed, and also had read the letter that Assemblymember Huffman had sent you, and I appreciate the fact you've been there a couple of weeks and perhaps inherited some of these issues. You were relying on some expert opinion, and I assume this is all part of some litigation somewhere regarding CSEA coverage for endangered smelt and of the things down in the Delta. You relied on some expert information to make that decision. I was just wondering who provided that information.
I'm not quite certain I understand specifically
what
information you're talking about.
Maybe articulate for a minute and a little bit more, a longer response to Assemblymember Huffman's.
I'd be happy to. I appreciated Assemblymember Huffman's welcoming note to me on my first week with his letter regarding our litigation. That was very nice.
That was nice.
It gave me something to do my first week on the job. But let me just point out that first of all, an observation. If participation in water litigation was a prohibition on being able to continue in water negotiations, we'd have very few people left eligible to participate in any of these discussions. But clearly, the department has articulated a position over the past year where we believe that there are more reasonable measures than those that are currently included in the federal biological opinions, more reasonable measures that can provide adequate protection for the endangered fish species that would allow us to pump and increment more water. And while the department is currently at a 15% allocation for state water project supplies, this is obviously of grave concern to us, and even a minor increment of additional supplies could have great economic benefit to the state of California. So we don't believe it's inconsistent to stake out that position and still support the long-term goals of ecosystem restoration and a reliable water supply for California. I do want to point out that the department did not file any of these lawsuits. We were named as a real party of interest, and Judge Wanger specifically asked us to become parties to the litigation, and so we've done so. And as we've proceeded through the litigation, we continue to try to stake out a middle ground. We haven't gone along with the positions of state or federal contractors in whole. We will continue to try to stake out a middle ground and try to manage this crisis as best we can until we have longer-term solutions in place.
Sort of backing up a minute to my original question, I appreciate your commenting on Assemblymember Huffman's letter. Did you use Fish and Game or who else for your the biological opinions and the expertise during this process? I mean, who regarding the decision you made to enter into this?
Well, our differences with the federal biological opinions and some of the reasonable prudent actions that are included in those decisions go back for almost a year now. Our internal biologists have done the science to support our positions here. A lot of this was further relayed and developed are articulated in the National Academy of Science panel process a month or two ago. So there's a lot on record now to support our opinions.
Were outside consultants hired?
Frankly, I don't know the answer to that question. I'll have to
According to my information, they were, and I think that was probably part of it. I was just curious why they were hired when you have biologists and DWR staff and our own fish and game that can provide that. And if they were hired, I wondered, who paid for them, or was it part of your budget, or there have been several questions raised as to how this challenge of biological opinion came about.
Okay. Well, I would have
and
to
appreciate
look
the
into
fact that you've been here a couple
to
of
how this was done exactly, but I would be very comfortable in guessing that to the extent that outside experts were brought on, it was paid for through state water project funds and not special funds or bond funds. But I will confirm that.
Okay, and not from other entities that would have a vested interest in the outcome. Okay.
I'll have to
All right.
look into it. Thank you.
Senator Wilk, you had a question?
Yes, thank you. John, I have a question about, the NCC, this is now an NCC, BDCB is becoming an NCCP. In the code, it says that you have a certain amount of responsibility to coordinate and cooperate with the local entities, the local land use entities. So how are you planning on doing that? Specifically, what kind of structured participation are you planning to put forward?
Well, I think
and
that
then I need to ask you about the HCP letter that I got from Solano, unless
Did you
someone
want
already
the
has.
head of Fish and Game to answer that, or Mr. Cowan, Director
sorry.
DWR?
I'm sorry.
We're coming and
Yes, I
going,
did.
and we apologize to the
We
panel.
apologize.
We both had.
Yes,
hear
I
you.
apologize. You can wait.
John McCammon, Director of Fish and Game.
I know.
We do have ongoing meetings. There's a couple of forums. Secretary Chrisman used to have a biweekly meeting with representatives from the 5 counties, and there was a lot of information gathered from them. That information has been fed into the process of identifying primarily terrestrial impacts of the BDCP preliminary plans, and meetings are ongoing now with each county, several meetings I think in each